Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the SSC meeting. We have got some fairly major schedule changes coming today in order to make the best use of our time with the federal employees while they're with us today. We are going to start with a brief admin item this morning, and then we'll go right into our snow crab discussion. And then after snow crab, we'll be taking some priority groundfish items, which are noted on the schedule change revision document that's on our e-agenda. So if you're just joining us today for the first time, do note that we've had some pretty big renovations to our schedule. I will go through more details about how we're going to navigate through our groundfish items when we get there. But first, I'm going to turn it right over to Dr. Bob Foy for a NOAA update on stock assessments. So if you're ready, Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you. Hopefully I'll see you again tomorrow morning. Just in the way of update, there might be some questions about what a potential shutdown or what a shutdown would mean for data availability after this meeting. So very briefly, I just wanted folks to know that there is a plan, that plan would be articulated to council leadership today probably. But in general, we've considered what it takes or what could possibly happen on different types of durations. For instance, if there's a less than 5-day shutdown, then we would plan for all the assessments to be completed as scheduled for the current year. If we go up to 10 days, we would work with our stock assessment authors and for those that are responsible for full assessments and consider their ability to produce that full assessment in the time that is available and or produce an operational update assessment. There will be more details in the memo that I'm sending, but this is just high level so that you know that there is a plan afoot. If we go between 11 and 15 days, the focus will mostly be on those operational update assessments with an abbreviated reporting format. And as you can see, we're just reducing the amount of time that it's going to take with each of these time stanzas. And if we go greater than 15 business days, that's going to dramatically impact our ability to produce stock assessments in time for our internal and your review deadlines. We would not likely meet any of those deadlines, and we would then have to regroup. We would have to consider what data we can extract, how much of the model evaluations could actually happen, and certainly our ability to produce short and long-term projections would be negatively impacted. We expect that we can provide catch statistics, some of the summary survey summaries, and hopefully be able to provide some limited model results if we are shut down for greater than 15 days. Of course, it depends on how long that occurs. But I just wanted to give you an update, let folks know that we are thinking about this and we do have a plan. The stock assessment authors are generally aware of that plan, and we will again communicate this more directly to council leadership. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Bob. Are there any questions for Bob before we move on? Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Bob, for that. Is there a thought process to when it's long enough that do we just roll over OFLs and ABCs at some point and or do something to modify the fact that surveys have changed noticeably in some stocks? Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, Chris, thanks for the question. You know, if we get past 2 weeks, our ability to produce the stock assessments is severely limited, but I think we're still going to be able to provide some information for some stocks. So I think after 2 weeks, we're already in that space of focusing on our most important stocks, but then, as you're saying, roll over reference points for less important stocks at that time mark. So, you know, if we go out 3-4 weeks, I would say that you're 100% in that space.
And Sherry, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess Bob, I just have a question about this meeting, and our tasking. So at this meeting, we're supposed to name preliminary specifications, and we normally just say that we use the preliminary specs from that were projected last December. I'm assuming that unless there's something that comes up in the meeting, I'm assuming we just go ahead and do that, but I guess I just wanted to ask you if there's anything we need to know when setting those preliminary specs at this meeting.
Yeah, through the chair, Sherry, thanks. Yes, proceed as normal for setting the preliminary specs, and the regional office will have to consider how they're able to respond to those. Again, there's the response is going to depend on how long we're shut down, but I would proceed as usual.
Okay, thanks, Bob, for that update. We are now going to rejoin our schedule already in progress and go right into snow crab discussion. And just to remind you, the leads that we have for snow crab are Martin, Chris, and Dana. So we'll go to Martin first.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. The SSC received an overview of assessment results and CPT discussions on snow crab. We want to thank Cody and the CPT for tackling yet another challenging snow crab assessment. I really appreciated having Cody here, and I don't know if we can sort of request that for the main crab stocks that the assessment authors present, because I found it really helpful to get the direct answers to some of the assessment questions that the CPT chairs wouldn't necessarily have access to. In terms of public testimony, we had written public testimony from Scott Goodman and Gabriel Prout, and oral public testimony from Matteo Paz-Soldan, Edward Paulson, Scott Goodman, and Frank Kelty. The testimony focused on the divergence between the assessment results, the catch recommendation, and the survey indicators. They really emphasized the dependency of the fishing industry and the local economies on the snow crab fishery. They uniformly did not support the change in maturity definition, pointing out that the Eastern Bering Sea specific information isn't sufficient to support that change. And they also estimated the importance of stability and continuity in the scientific recommendations during the rebuilding period. And there's also quite a bit of recommendations about how to deal with the hybrid crab. I don't know that belongs in the snow crab discussion. I think we'll need to have a slot to sort of think through some of those comments later in the day. But they were really highlighted the importance of being flexible and continuing to monitor the situation as it plays out. And we're encouraging of meetings and discussions as quickly as possible to sort of scope through the issues and figure out a reasonable approach. So on to the assessment. The snow crab has been at its lowest historical level for the last 5 years following the heat wave induced natural mortality event in 2019 and to 2020. There's been continuing indications of stock recovery in the 2025 survey. These included an increase of 175% in the mature females, approaching the average for the time series, and high levels of clutch fullness for the females. For the males, there was a 34% increase in preferred industry preferred males, and an increase in all other male size classes. There's a large cohort of crab that first appeared in 2023 that has been consistently working its way through the population size composition. Despite these trends, both the CPT and the author highlighted that the biomass of the large male snow crab preferred by the industry remains low. The CPT also highlighted that the male terminal molt to maturity in the 2025 survey was at smaller sizes than average. I think we ought to be cautious about interpreting this as an indicator of some long-term trend. The low abundance of large males following population collapse is likely to greatly reduce competition for mating. Hence, maturing early is likely to provide mating opportunities for males that are not typically present. Early maturation has been seen previously when the leading edge of a population pulse reaches a size when a terminal molt is possible, as in the mid-1990s. I think we should acknowledge the work that was completed during 2025 to better inform the proxy values for BMSY and FMSY. An analysis using the Clark max-min approach to look at spawning potential and the fishing mortality rate that would maximize yield over potential levels of stock productivity was recently published. Reading through that, it wasn't clear to me that that was directly useful in managing this snow crab resource. The mature biomass greater than 25 millimeters is a subset of all mature biomass, and many of the yield curves didn't cross like you would expect, or what we've seen in previous max-min analyses. I think we should also acknowledge our previous request that an analysis of density dependence in the multi-maturity was done and is currently in review in the Journal of Applied Ecology, and looks forward to seeing that work presented to the CPT and the SSC. There were two models this year, two Tier 3 models that were provided for consideration. Model 24.1, last year's accepted model, and model 25.3, which is last year's model with updated data inputs. The inputs included the survey indices, size composition, catch, bycatch, retained total, and discarded catch, fishery size composition data, and finally additional growth increment data. Our June SSC minutes noted that there appeared to be a substantial difference in the male discard data, and requested that these changes be better documented and justified. The assessment author explained that these changes could be accounted for by a change when the discard mortality is applied. Previously, discard mortality was applied to the input data. In the 2025 model, discard is applied within the model. Fits to the model 25.3 were considered acceptable, although the model is unable to fit this sharp upturn in biomass in the 2025 survey. In addition, the estimate of immature female mortality showed a large increase, but that seems to have relatively minor impact on the assessment. In addition to the Tier 3 models, the assessment also provided results for a backup Tier 4 assessment that was previously requested by the SSC. Results were reported for alternative REMA smooth biomass estimates using different male biomass metrics, including mature male biomass greater than 95 carapace width, and male biomass greater than 101 carapace width. The target biomass was set to the average of the time series from 82 to 2024, and the target fishing mortality rate was set at 0.27, which is the median of the natural mortality used in the Tier 3 assessments. Full implementation of a Tier 4 crab assessment requires application of a harvest control rule. That wasn't done in the results that we have available, and the results are provided simply by multiplying the male biomass by the natural mortality rate, and didn't apply a Tier 4 control rule. So moving on to talk about the assessment, the jittering analysis found 2 clusters of model runs where the OFL differed by 5,000 tons when mature male biomass is the maturity metric. These clusters appear to be modeled the indeterminacy around the magnitude of recruitment and the timing of the increased natural mortality event. Given the lack of a survey in 2020, that sort of level of indeterminacy between recruitment in 2018 and 2019, and the estimates of elevated natural mortality in 2019 and 2020 is not particularly surprising. The lack of a consistent return to a single likelihood indicates convergence problems, and that is not resolvable this year. This was an issue last year. I think the SSC should recommend that the author explore strategies to constrain the model complexity during this period. For example, simply just reducing the number of years with increased natural mortality might provide just enough structure to take away that indeterminacy. But I think, at least from my perspective, and I know there's going to be differing views, that this model can be should be used for management. And my thinking is basically that although there is this sort of indeterminacy, it's first off, it's been identified, and it's sort of a localized region of the likelihood where it affects several recruitments and the estimate of elevated natural mortality. It does have so it's not like the entire model is sort of not well resolved. All the other recruitment estimates, other than those, are well estimated, and so the indeterminacy is really just localized to a kind of small pocket in the likelihood surface, and maybe and we do understand what its implications are. So my sense is that we can sort of identify the problem and try to fix it in future assessments, but it shouldn't prevent us from using the Tier 3 assessment model this year. Another issue that was raised by the CPT was about clutch fullness as a reliable indicator. And there has been apparently some really hard to track down work that indicating that females will on occasion extrude unfertilized females. But there was also testimony by some really experienced crab biologists at the CPT meeting that they thought that females do not extrude eggs if they're not fertile. And so I think that we've used historically clutch fullness as an indicator that there's enough males out there to fertilize the females, and that indicator has remained high even through the period of the stock collapse. And I think that this is something that needs to be worked on, and it could be a pretty straightforward histology or lab rearing experiment that would just confirm how we can understand clutch fullness as a reliable indicator. So I think we should recommend that. I did find this interesting quote from Orensans Lobo, a trend, absence of a trend in the per capita reproductive contribution of mature females implies no recruitment overfishing, even in the face of stock decline. So I think it's a really important thing to keep a good handle on. Okay, more on to recommendations. The assessment author and the CPT both recommended that snow crab be considered a tier 3 stock and recommended the use of model 25.3 for the choice of reference points, and recommended that 95 millimeter carapace width be used as a metric for reproductive output, which was a continuation of the CPT's recommendation last year. Last year, the SSC disagreed with that recommendation and recommended continued usage of mature male biomass as an appropriate metric for male reproductive output, but recommended a buffer of 65% between the OFL and the ABC. And to support that recommendation, the SSC noted uncertainty in mating dynamics, concern about Model 3 stability, and the recent large mortality event and the potential truncation of the size age structure of male crab. From my perspective, we didn't really get a lot of new information to inform mating dynamics this year, and the options, we didn't get additional options for specification of reference points. So the options this year are to continue for the SSC are to continue to use the tier 3 assessment with a large buffer as was done last year, or whether to use the tier 4 backup assessment. My recommendation was to continue with the approach used last year, select model 25.3 with mature male biomass as the reproductive metric, and recommend a 65% buffer between the OF and the ABC. And that should be noted as a temporary solution pending additional biological and assessment research. Based on the recommended model, overfishing is not occurring for snow crab, and the stock is not currently overfished, but it will remain under rebuilding and plan until it is rebuilt to the MSY level. Moving on to recommendations for research. I already mentioned the clutch fullness research to evaluate whether clutch fullness is a reliable indicator. We recommended last year to explore development of an ABC control rule, and I think that should remain on the table. That the analysis would graph the yield per recruit as a function of fishing mortality, along with associated reductions in various stock metrics, including mature male biomass and male biomass greater than 95 millimeters, and look at things like the F0.1 fishing mortality rate. We stated last year that we were willing to participate in a collaborative working group during the spring to facilitate initial progress on this topic, and I think we should continue to express interest in helping to move forward on this. It didn't seem like, based on the CPT discussions, they didn't seem to have a very good grasp of what we were asking for, and maybe that type of analysis is not generally it's a pretty specialized analysis, and I just got the sense that there wasn't the expertise available to even sort of fully understand what we were asking for. We have a number of sort of long-term requests that weren't addressed, and at some point we either drop these or we just continue to put them in our minutes. But we asked to explore whether large differences in male and female recruitment years could be related to the lack of fit to the molt increment data. We've asked repeatedly for a geospatial vast type modeling of the trawl survey data to include the northern Bering Sea and the eastern Bering Sea. And we're interested in requested an analysis of the probability of the terminal mote, which sort of addresses the observation error in the data and the lack of a monotonically increasing curve. And I think we should probably continue with those bullets as requests. Let's see. Finally, I think that's it.
Okay, thanks, Martin. We'll go now to Chris.
Yeah, good morning. Okay, thanks, Martin. I appreciate that. That was super. I just, for everybody, I'm gonna throw a little bit of a curveball here and not totally agree with Martin. So just kind of get that on your radar to think through. I'm gonna suggest that we consider a tier 4 approach, but use the 95 millimeter cut line for maturity. And I would consider a potential reduction in the buffer due to the change in the tier. So I think some of the buffer rationale might change based on going from tier 3 to tier 4, but we need to confirm that that's the case. Just quickly, a rationale for that. The concerns that Martin talked about on the jitter analysis, the recommendation of the author last year of a tier 4 approach with similar concerns. And also, I don't take lightly the public testimony reiterating the overly complex modeling that doesn't really track with survey results or industry observations. I think this has been an ongoing concern just in general, and I think we have some responsibility to be able to communicate our science, as complicated as it is, adequately to the public. Additionally, the stock assessment author and the crab plan team provided what I thought was a really quite compelling argument based on the most current information available that using the 95 millimeter cut line for maturity was warranted. So I think those things are really worth consideration from our point and the broader SSC to have a solid discussion about this and potentially this approach. That's the big. I've got a couple other minor recommendations here, but just wanted to make sure you guys had that to think about over the next couple of minutes. If I have my years correct, snow crab was declared overfished in 2021, but I didn't see a section in the SAFE on the rebuilding analysis or update. Excuse me. So I recommend that we ensure this section is included in future SAFEs when and where appropriate, so we can keep tabs on the rebuilding plan for that. Also, I would recommend that the author try to produce size distribution plots with maturity overlaid on top of them. And this is the author's in figure 9. So we really have an idea of if we have a pulse of smaller animals, whether those animals have made it to the terminal molt or they have not made it to the terminal molt, because I think that will help us visually understand how those animals either should track in subsequent years and get bigger or not get bigger. So I think that would be a nice visual aid from that standpoint. And really the last recommendation, and Martin, you asked whether this is appropriate here or not, and Ian, you guys can let me know if not, but similar to Tanner crab, I would recommend that analysis of different inclusions or exclusions of the hybrids into the Tanner assessment, so we can really kind of wrestle with how to best go about that if this is not just a one-off, and is this something that we need to take account somehow into the future as this becomes, if it becomes more consistent issue. And those are all my comments from there, and I will turn it over to Dana.
Thanks, Chris. Go ahead, Dana.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. That was a great summary. I'm not going to get into the biology. I think you covered it very nicely. And I guess
Dana, you're fading out. We're kind of losing you there.
Okay, let me start up again. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, that's better. Thanks.
Okay. Sorry, headphones don't always do what I want them to do. So I was going to propose something a little different than both of them. So I was thinking tier 4, but with MMB. I think that I was trying to emulate the closest as possible to tier 5 groundfish, which is just M times B, not even mature biomass. But as you go further up that size range, I think you're ignoring the fact that some of these crabs are vulnerable to mortality that aren't just over 101 or over 95. We've got discards and other incidental catch and that. So we should be basing our potential for overfishing on more of the population, in my opinion. The two models, which were actually one model, definitely did not look to be converged. The recommendation was not the lowest likelihood. And I'm pretty uncomfortable getting in the habit of accepting non-converged models for our reference points. So I think the tier 4 is a nice transparent stopgap, as Chris was saying, follows the survey biomass. And I think just echoing like what Pat mentioned in questioning and Martin just said now, I think it'd be really good for the officers to strive to bring back the 400 parameters in this model to something that's a little easier to understand and remove some of these convergence issues and pathologies. So recommendation, tier 4, MMB, substantial buffer, maybe 65 again, something like that. So I think we have a few things to work out.
Okay, thanks, Dana. I think we do have some more discussion here. At this point, I think we should open it up to anybody who wants to comment, and then we'll work our way back around to the leads again here at some point as well. So raise your hand if you want to leap right in. Sherry, go ahead.
So I'm actually not gonna weigh in on what I think everybody wants me to weigh in on, but I did want to clarify something. I know that Martin mentioned that, like last year, we should recommend a working group, and I just wanted to highlight that the language in our minutes last year was a bit unusual in that it said that SSC members, that authors should work with people and possibly SSC members offline, and that's just not normal practice for the SSC. So when we come to a decision, I am fully in support of, with our recommendations, helping as we need. Authors can, as always, reach out to the SSC, but it's not terribly appropriate for the SSC to tell authors to meet with us. So I would suggest that if we want to work together on the ABC control rule, that we suggest a working group and consider the timing constraints that we have. And if not, we sort of leave it to the other recommendations in our SSC report and have the authors work to address those through sort of official channels. So that was it.
Thanks, Sherry. Go now to Franz.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with those three options that were presented by the three different leads. But my thought is, and I was kind of leaning that way last year too, is that, I mean, I think we have pretty compelling evidence that given the lack of large males and the likelihood that the early maturation of males at smaller sizes is, probably a direct consequence of the lack of mature males because of, lack of competition. It seems prudent to me to try to rebuild the abundance of large males, if that might reverse the trend towards early maturation, so we don't get kind of stuck in an early maturation loop, I guess. And from that perspective, I guess the currency of reproductive success of 95 millimeter may make the most sense, and so I would support that.
Thanks, Franz. Perhaps one clarification. Were you supporting that in the context of a tier 3 model or a tier 4 model?
Well, the options that were laid out was only the tier 4 model. I guess the authors laid out all of the options. I was thinking of it in the context of the tier 4 model for because of the issues that we pointed out with the tier 3 modeling at the moment.
Thanks for that clarification. While I'm waiting to see additional hands weighing in on this discussion, I'm going to raise a separate recommendation, and that is to note that we made some general comments to the crab plan team, I believe it was last year, regarding the use of jittering analyses and when they were and weren't appropriate. And I'd like to note, now I'm stepping out of my chair role as a member of the SSC, I'm still concerned that the results that we are seeing in this model represent the MLE, as Dana noted. And moving forward, I think we should strongly recommend that instead of using jittering analyses to look for the information content of the model, which is what's being done when we look at these clouds and the jittering analyses are testing our minimizer, and they're just showing us where the minimizer fails to reach the best solution. So I would recommend using maximum likelihood profiles on key parameters and on management outputs as a much better way to characterize the uncertainty in those quantities rather than the results from unconverged models. So hopefully we can reiterate that in our recommendations. So that was a personal comment. Now I'm stepping back into my role as chair. Like to hear from some others on the SSC. We still seem fairly divided here. Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think the rationale for going to tier 4 has been well articulated, and appreciate the comments that you just made as well. I think with respect to the 95 millimeter cut line, I have concerns. I don't, especially under a tier 4, I don't know that going to the 95 millimeter cut line rebuilds the larger crab, as was stated, because that's still going to be the preferred size. That's still going to be where the focus of the fishery is. We're just talking about reducing the overall ABC, if you will, with the hopes that we see increases in larger crab in the future. I also am not clear if the rationale is to have the cut line to rebuild the larger crab, then is this only a stopgap for a short period of time, and then we go back to address the fact that we do have crab that mate less than 95 millimeters? I just feel like the choice is to produce a certain outcome, and it's not based in the maximum sustainable yield tools that we typically use in this case. And if you look at Tanner crab as an example, it used to be in a similar situation where you didn't have larger crab, and now we've got lots of larger crab. And without a going to a method as a stopgap, if you will. I'm not articulating that well, but it just doesn't seem like it's based on the appropriate theory addressing the crab that are mature. And I appreciated Martin's review of that and how he articulated whether or not the 95 millimeter cut line was appropriate or not, and the inconsistency in information we have as to whether or not it suggests that there's an issue. There's just not agreement, or a clear smoking gun, if you will, that is the right tool because of a mechanistic understanding of why we're in the situation of a lack of large males.
Thanks, Bob. I'm going to go back to Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. To Bob's point, I just want to kind of reiterate that the discussion at the CPT and the review of the literature suggests that, it's really functional maturity that matters, not morphometrical maturity. And it's been, there's a decent amount of evidence that that's the right way to go currently. That doesn't mean it's not going to change in a year or 5 years, but currently there's a fair amount of evidence that, those smaller crab are not super functional from a reproductive standpoint, that having large males is important to do. And there's evidence that moving away from morphometric maturity and into more of a functional maturity is an appropriate biological and ecological and population dynamic standpoint. So just as a slight counter to what you say, just to make sure that it's out there. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Did you want to follow up?
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for that, Chris. I appreciate that. I think there's a long discussion to be had here. I would highlight that we're not talking about morphometric and functional maturity, though. The discussion at the CPT and the focus on 95 millimeters is not specifically focused on functional maturity, and I would say that there isn't full evidence. I don't think there's a lot of evidence at all that crab under 95 millimeters are not functionally mature. There's some supposition about that, but not a lot of data to suggest that that's true. So I think we're not all on the same page as to whether or not this is about functional versus morphometric maturity, or whether it is about addressing the preferred size class that is being exploited and trying to reduce that overall exploitation in order to build that portion of the stock. And I just don't think that there's enough evidence to suggest this is the tool to do it. I understand and agree with the overall desire to see more large crab, and I think that I'm also very concerned about the continuing declining trends in this stock. Number of people have heard me talk about the need to reduce our overall exploitation across the size range in the stock to a different F rate. And I just don't think that this is the tool to do it. I haven't seen the evidence, and I know we keep saying that the evidence is there, but I haven't seen it.
Thanks, Bob. Chris, would you like to follow up? And then
I just want to make sure there is evidence, right, Bob? I mean, there's a paper, and I can't remember if it's the St. Marie paper or whatever, that shows that 95 millimeters on the East Coast is the smallest animal that were in mating pairs. I don't know if you need 2 more animals, 2 more observations, 2,000 more observations. I don't know. I'm just suggesting there are observations, there is evidence available. Just to throw it out because the sample size is small. We could have this argument for a long time, but I just want to make sure that that's clear to everybody here. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. I'll go to Sherry next. Sorry, I muted you again, Sherry.
No problem.
You're back.
I have I guess another process thing, and I am not going to step in on deciding whether the literature is good enough, because I would be stepping in between 2 crab experts on the SSC, and I will let the 2 of them sort of hash it out. But I guess what I did want to put on record was, I think that in the past, what the SSC has heard was we were dealing with currency of management, and I think that the 95 millimeters in the past was presented as a way to get a smaller OFL or ABC, and the SSC struggled with that because it was a way to get an answer, and I struggled with that. What we heard from the CPT this time was a frustration with the SSC that we didn't trust the crab experts on the CPT when they recommended best information for informing maturity. And I don't think that we did that, actually. I think we were struggling with picking an OFL or an ABC. And so this time the crab plant team said that they do believe it's the best available science. And so I was there again. And so, but what I struggled with a little bit was, Cody reiterated that wasn't his goal. And Franz, I'm completely with you that I think, we've struggled with groundfish and with crab that you want a large size range. For diversity of the population, you want size or age range. I don't know, however, that we've ever picked a smaller size range to define maturity so that the size or age range would get bigger. That seems like a new step. And maybe it's possible that that's not what Franz meant, but it sounded like, so I feel like we're using 95 millimeters in a number of different ways. If we truly believe it's the best science, then, hash it out, or, like Bob's saying, maybe it's not good enough science, and that's great. That is a scientific question. But if we're using it to achieve other things, like harvesting a smaller amount, that seems like a management issue, and that should be left for deciding the TAC on ADF&G's part. And so I guess I just wanted to bring up what our goal is and what we're talking about, because I think that we're using it or talking about using it in a number of different ways, some of which I think are within our role and some are not.
Ian, you're muted.
Muted myself that time. That's good. Franz, if you want to follow up, go ahead, and then I've got Pat waiting.
Yeah, just to say that the concern about the lack of larger males that I voiced earlier and attempts to sort of rebuild that abundance was the points I raised were really in addition to the evidence that we saw that smaller males may not be functionally mature. I mean, I have a hard time believing biologically that males mature at a small size to not be able to to contribute to reproduction at all. But I think there is certainly some evidence that they functionally don't in under at least some circumstances. So that the concern that I had was still primarily based in that uncertainty about the reproductive potential for smaller males.
Thanks, Franz. Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, so welcome to just toss this suggestion out, but all of this discussion about size limits and preserving older males in the fishery reminds me of doing slot limits. So maybe one way to protect the males is to harvest the abundant smaller males and leave the larger males alone. Okay, you can throw that out. Thanks.
Thanks, Pat. Sherry, go ahead.
Now,
I did it again. There you go.
No problem. It's because I'm in the same room as
We're
him.
trying to avoid
Yeah.
feedback in the room here, so a little bit more muting and a little less feedback is maybe a reasonable trade-off. But sorry, Sherry.
No worries. I would tend to throw that out because slot limits are a management tool to get something. I don't think that that's a definition of maturity in a biological sense.
Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess have some questions for the proponents of the Tier 4 assessment, and I'm a little I mean, we do understand that they haven't applied the Tier 4 harvest control rule to get the numbers that we see. And that, at least in my mind, is not, I mean, if we're going to say something's Tier 4, we have to follow the OFL control rule to specify the OFL, it seems like. I mean, it's hard for me to understand, think of a situation where we would just say, well, in this case, we're just going to ignore that. I mean, the OFL is what we do. It's written in the FMP. So I mean, I understand why we don't like it, but we don't really have a choice not to do it. So I don't see that what we see in front of us is a viable option for us as a role at SSC. It could be used for sure as an ABC control rule. And maybe that, I mean, I haven't heard any other support for the Tier 3 assessment. So I think I'm kind of not really seeing any support for that. And I fully understand that a non-converged model is an issue. But maybe that would be a sort of intermediate approach that nobody will like, but at least sort of gets most of what we want implemented. I think maybe using the Tier 4 as an ABC kind of keeps us out of getting locked into decisions that we don't necessarily want to make right now. For example, going with I mean, if we did use the 95 or millimeter cut point for a Tier 4 assessment next year, when we see a Tier 3 assessment, would that mean that we've also made the decision to use the 95 millimeter cut point as mature males? It seems like maybe that isn't, we should be cognizant of the potential implications of the decisions we make this year.
Thanks, Martin. Dana?
Yeah, thanks, Martin. I kind of was under the impression from the FMP that SSC could make different decisions on the actual harvest control rule. It says like with their best judgment or something of that in there. But one thing you just said that was kind of interesting is we could potentially use the OFL from the Tier 3 and then use Tier 4 as the ABC. That could be a way forward.
Just to respond to Dana, I mean, you're right, there is flexibility. I mean, the quote that you sent that we should probably read to everyone else so they can hear it as well, but the language is that the SSC may recommend a different value. Speaking about the proxy, the proxy BMSY is the average biomass over a specified time period, with the understanding that the council's SSC may recommend a different value for a specific stock or stock complex as merited by best available scientific information. And I mean, that is sort of giving us flexibility, but to me, it sounds like the flexibility is in the specification of the proxy, not flexibility to not specify a proxy. So maybe we could sort of I mean, if whatever proxy we specify is below what the current status is, then obviously we would be in the clear, because then it would be just m times the biomass. So maybe there's some logical scope for doing it that. It might be a tough sell, but I think that, yeah, no, I could see where you could make an argument there.
Thanks, Martin. Go to Franz next.
Yeah, I actually agree with Martin that if we use the tier 4, we should apply the harvest control rule as specified. And I didn't realize that that hadn't been done. But isn't that something that we could actually do? The calculation is very straightforward, isn't it? And I preface everything I say here. I am completely ignorant of the resulting OFLs and ABCs, so I didn't really look at those, and as you know, Sherry pointed out, that's probably the way it should be. But is that so? Maybe that's a question to Martin. Is that feasible to just do the calculation if we wanted to do that?
You need to, I think, Dana knows what the BMSY level is, I think. So yeah, it's, if you know what, I mean, I didn't see it reported in the assessment, but maybe I missed it.
Dana, do you want to follow up?
Yeah, I calculated them, and I would probably want Cody to check my work, but no, it's not in the assessment, but it's not a hard calculation to make. It puts stock status at about 77%. So
Yeah.
some more buffer would be added from the control rule.
I guess just to jump in there, it would sort of have implications to rebuilding as well, but I think it's pretty close to what you get from the tier 3 assessment when you're using mature male biomass. It was about 88% of BMSY. So I think something like that would be reasonable if, I mean, it wouldn't sort of derail the rebuilding progress if you did that. Although I think I don't know, is your calculation for mature male biomass or is it for 95 millimeters?
I did it for mature.
Yeah, so then that would be okay because that would maintain the same currency. So yeah, that certainly would be viable.
Perfect. I was just going to loop back to you, Chris. Go ahead.
That's fine. I was just gonna loop back, and I think suggesting that Dana's suggestion and reiterating that like, support for that approach. I think trying to split tier 3 for an OFL and a tier 4 for an ABC doesn't sit right in the grand scheme of things, and this seems like the reasonable approach going forward. I think we might need some. I don't know if we need a stand down of some amount of time, Ian, or something to confirm Dana's numbers are correct and make sure, or how to go about doing that. And then the only last thing is we really need to wrestle with what buffer we need to put on this and make sure that we're reasonably okay with that. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to try and collect where I think we are right now. I see some shift in support toward a tier 4 approach based on mature male biomass with a harvest control rule applied. And I think Dana has penciled in that calculation, but where we're sitting now is that we would like to check that with Cody, make sure we've got the calculations right. And our rationale for this would be that this is a focus on a shorter term decision reflecting the uncertainty, the ongoing uncertainty in maturity, the contributions to males less than 95 millimeters, the considerable discussion that we had there, the potential blending of currency of management with biology, which we've been uncomfortable with in the past. And so our rationale, it's not necessarily a shift to tier 4 indefinitely, but just this seems to be the tool that we have this year, given the concerns with the model convergence and all the other concerns that I just laid out. If I haven't characterized that reasonably, especially the leads, please speak up now.
Yeah, from my perspective, I mean, I'm willing to sort of go with that as sort of a compromise. I mean, I do want to encourage continued exploration of the tier, you know, with the expectation that next year we would see a full tier 3 assessment for snowcap. We're not sort of dropping that as the objective for this stock.
Thanks for that clarification, Martin. Franz, go ahead.
Yeah, just to note that I support that too, even though I advocated for the 95 millimeter cutoff earlier. But I think I do acknowledge that this provides, you know, a little more continuity. But I think we should note that there is that, you know, obviously it's going to be in the minutes that there is this continuing concern about MMB as a appropriate measure of reproductive potential.
Thanks for that, Franz. Looping back to the leads again, I'm still not hearing a specific recommendation for a buffer. And I don't know whether you're feeling like we need to stand down and check numbers with Cody first, or whether we're ready to have that buffer discussion now. Maybe I'll call you out, Dana. Did you suggest a buffer when you made this proposal originally?
I did not. I would expect that if we were using tier 4, the buffer would be smaller because we don't have the uncertainties of the unconverged model and some of those other ones. It's pretty straightforward what you're trying to do, but I didn't have a number yet.
Okay, thanks. Okay, it looks like we're going to need to do some checking and loop back to this. So I guess we will ask council staff and plan team chairs to check with Cody. We're going to have to resolve this by the end of the day, I think, because if we need numbers from Cody, we may not have access to him tomorrow. So I guess we should just stay tuned on this one. I'm tempted to do the summary now so that we can loop back and just finish the discussion of the model. But I'm honestly not sure what standard protocol would be here. Whether we should wait for the entire summary together, perhaps that. Yeah, okay.
We do edit summaries after they've been presented, so that happens too.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. We do, but I would like to make sure that the public is really clear on what we've decided and why we decided it before we close this item entirely. So I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break right now, and then we will come back and maybe have a plan on how to proceed on this, or maybe we will move right into groundfish and loop back to this later in the morning or later today. So we'll see you all at 9:15. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for your patience. We are checking on details for snow crabs, so we're going to put that in the parking lot for the moment. To the public who's listening in and trying to get some final information on crab, I apologize for the convolutions that we're taking here, but we want to make sure we get the right numbers and have the full discussion and make sure that's all here and available for the public to listen to. So we're just going to put that discussion on hold. And now we're going to hit our next quirk in this week's schedule, which is that we're making another change to our scheduling. And I know this is confusing if you're trying to follow along. My apologies. We are doing our best to try to accommodate federal employees that we know we have access to today and we're not sure about tomorrow. So we are moving a number of groundfish plan team items up in the schedule. This is going to mean that we're taking some things out of order, which may not be ideal. And there may be parts of our discussion that we wish we had pieces of before or after, but we're going to do our best to prioritize the time that we have with NOAA employees today. In the same vein, we have been alerted that there is a NOAA meeting occurring from 12:30 to 1:30. And so even though we were scheduled to take our lunch break at 11:30, I think we're going to try and hold out and take our lunch break, the SSC's lunch break at 12:30 Alaska time. I realize it's going to make for a long morning, so we will get at least one more break in before we get to that late lunch. But hopefully this will allow NOAA people to continue to participate in this meeting and also make the other meeting that they are participating in. So let me just sort of refresh where we are as we shift gears here. We're moving into groundfish. Our tasks here are to take the GOA bottom trawl survey presentation. There was a change in the stratification this year, and I think it's something that we need to hear a bit about before we dive into the proposed model runs. So we will take this item now, recognizing that the full groundfish plan team reports are going to include other information from the plan teams beyond just surveys, including for the GOA, a harvest projection for deep water flatfish. We will loop back to that later in the day, which means that we'll have to hold our discussion until we get there. But just to be on alert, I've got Jason Gasper and Martin Dorn as our leads for the GOA bottom trawl survey plan team, or GOA plan team report, which we will take just the survey part of now. Moving then, we're going to then go into some proposed model runs for stocks with full stock assessments. We have prioritized a few that we were concerned might need either additional conversation or just to have the authors potentially available for questions. On these proposed model runs, recall that we will be doing final specifications in December. So we do not have to make detailed recommendations at this point in the calendar, but we do need to be clear of what we would like to see in December. And so our primary task here is that we should identify where we agree with or don't agree with the authors and plan team, and to be very specific about which models we would like to see brought forward for our December meeting where we are actually setting specs. And so the 4 stocks that we'll be looking at and the leads for those stocks will be Eastern Bering Sea pollock proposed models, and that'll be Franz and Jason. We'll be looking at Bering Sea skates, and that will be Pat, Andrew, and Fabio. We'll be looking at Greenland turbot proposed models. That'll be Dana and Martin. And yellowfin sole proposed models. That'll be Jason and Chris. And for the public, we're going to take the presentations. We're going to go right through the presentations and questions on all of these 5 items, the survey and the 4 proposed assessments. And then we'll have one block of comment for this group of material, so that if one of these was your focus, you don't have to wait around until someplace deep in our agenda to get to the next public comment. And then after we do that, we'll move through our discussions of these items. So I realize that was a lot. Hopefully you were taking crib notes. Are there any questions before we get started? Yeah, Allie, go ahead.
Are you going to have a separate public testimony for the GOA survey, or are you lumping that public testimony in with the models?
Thanks. I think we can take public testimony on the survey with these proposed models, But if something comes up later, we will have another opportunity because we will also have public comment that will cover the balance of the plan team, of the GOA plan team report later in our schedule. So if you do have for the public, if you do have a specific comment about the bottom trawl survey, go ahead and make it now. But if you want to loop back to that later, you'll have the opportunity. Thanks for that clarification, Allie. Any other questions before we get started? Okay, turn it over now, hopefully to council staff to guide us through this winding path we're about to take.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. So good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the SSC. For the record, I'm Sarah Kleber, council staff. I won't belabor any of this further. Dr. Stewart just provided a really thorough overview of hopefully where we are going, where we will end up, and Dr. Stram and I will walk through additional information, specifically the proposed harvest specifications and what exactly the action before the SSC is. We'll walk through all of that at the end of all of these presentations. But for now, I think we will go ahead and get you started with Dr. Iannelli and Dr. Shotwell, as well as Dr. Barbeau and Dr. Cindy Trabuzio and Mr. Chris Lunsford. Those are all of our folks on plan team leadership and who've helped pull together all the plan team reports and the presentations. So without any further delay, I will hand it over to Jim.
Good morning, members of the SSC. Jim Iannelli here, Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Planting Chair and Stock Assessment Author. I see it's great to have Ned Lehman on. I did have one question, quick, Chair. You didn't mention sablefish, and I just wonder if that should be put forward in the discussion.
Thanks, Jim, and good morning. I should have also thanked you all for being so flexible with our scheduling this week. I realize we've jumped you around several times already this week. And thanks for the reminder on sablefish. We do note that sablefish might be another priority. And so I think we will still close out these 4 proposed models that we have on the schedule now, but then we will plan to take up sablefish right after that. Although we're also going to fit in snow crab at some point. So maybe we'll get to sablefish if we can. But thanks for putting that back on the hot list.
Okay, thanks. And you can see my screen okay, I take it. I've got it set up so I can jump. We've just done kind of a linear presentation and it has been posted. Sorry for the delay in getting that up there. So apologies if things aren't in perfect sequential order, but yeah, we met virtually. Our team is shown here for the joint, and then the list of our players is shown here in the thing. And just wanted to highlight, that we met over a 2-day period for the joint team, and just wanted to highlight that coming next month, or I guess not quite next month, November, we'll have an awkward schedule of a Monday and then November 11th as a holiday. Hopefully we'll be able to do a barbecue someplace and then and meet and talk about all the important stuff, of course, and then meet the 12th through the 14th. So that's our schedule for the rest of the year, pending, of course, everything else. And then just to notice that we have plans for 2026 the week of September 21st. So similar period. So we don't have a huge amount of coordination in this presentation. So I just have a few slides highlighting what was eye-raising for the Gulf of Alaska plan team. And I tried to distill this, so apologies to Ned and the analysts, but I just went from kind of our quick summary of what the survey did, the 2 boats they used this year. I will say they had fewer number of tows than normal, and I think that's about a 17% drop, and I think that'll come up in a minute here. as far as our deliberations, but just to say that they've selected the new stratified random survey that the SSC and plan teams have seen for at least a couple of years now, and approved. And just note that the number of stations is proportional to the stratum areas, and then the relative abundance and inverse variance of the 15 high-profile species. Without any further ado, I'm going to get into the numbers themselves for the estimates. First with the roundfish. These were quite large increases, and you have access to the maps and the length frequencies and those things to look at. And I can just say that on the pollock side for the Gulf of Alaska here, 32% increase. And just to note that the variance for that point estimate is larger kind of than normal. And that was primarily due to some a couple of big tows out in the western part of the region, close to the edge of the Gulf of Alaska, the Western Gulf. And they have Pacific Cod's up. And I think all of these are mostly above average. I think Pacific Cod is just about the average of the time series, except for sablefish here. You'll hear more about sablefish in the trawl survey. During that assessment, they've decided to drop the sablefish estimate for a number of reasons, which we won't get into at this point. And also they had a couple of large tows of dogfish, the sharks, and so that was a large increase there. Then flatfish was also a positive. Sorry, Ian, about the halibut number there, but the other flatfish were increased by quite a bit, and then the flip side was our set of rockfishes, except for the other rockfish complex. These were all down substantially, and this generated a fair amount of discussion, both internally at the center and during the plan team. And basically, our summary slide of the Gulf survey just, again noted that 17% fewer stations than kind of historical average, and that's kind of the new world we're living in. We did note that the groups of species, I think we've seen that in the past where there's been generally concurrence of related species, it seems, to increase, but we were unclear if they've done so by the level that we've seen here. And then just really wanted to commend the survey group for putting things together, and they put together a team of quite a few new people, but also like local people from other divisions and groups contributing to the survey estimates. And we just wanted to commend them on those activities. And so that's all the plan team information I have, but since Ned's available and Zach, I'm happy to pause here and see if you all have any questions or comments for them. Or for me. Hopefully I covered our stuff. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. Much appreciated. We have a question here from Jason.
Yeah, hi, Jim. Maybe this is more of a question for Ned. I'm not sure, but so the rockfish species were down by quite a bit, as you noted, and then of course we had the re-stratification of the survey this year. I guess I'm wondering if there's a way to sort of characterize the discussion you had about whether that's just variability or if it's something related to the re-stratification, or if there's maybe plans for future sort of work to look into that.
Ned, you're muted. Sorry. Apologies. Just to say that from the plan team side, we didn't really go back and look at our previous comments on the re-stratification. Yeah, and there were some minor differences for how some strata were treated and aggregated, but that wasn't part of this big change. Maybe Ned's mic is working. Not yet. Hey, Zach, can you go? Let's see if you can speak.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you can hear
We
you
can't.
now.
Go ahead, Zach.
Okay, hi. So I can maybe speak for this question here. Yeah, when we were looking at the sort of trends in all of these percent changes, of course, that kind of comes into mind here. This year is different because we had a new design. But I think after looking sort of historically at what we've seen in terms of percent changes and in terms of all of these patterns with the, similar groups of fishes and the sort of how they correlate as we're seeing here. I think after we've looked at the historical data, that what we're seeing here is, I think, fairly within what we have seen in the past. I mean, of course, this doesn't happen every year, where all the rockfish trend one way and all the flatfish trend in another way. But there are instances in past years where this has happened, and so I know it's very natural to think of this year being different because of the survey change, but the way that we do our estimates and the way that we calculate our estimates haven't changed. It's just we just have new strata. So yeah, that's kind of what I would say about that. It's something that we think about a lot, though. And then in terms of future analyses, I don't see anything on the plate for us for that, besides just sort of looking at our past data.
Okay, thanks for that additional information, Zach. Do we have any other questions on the bottom trawl survey? Yeah, Brad, go ahead.
Thanks, Ian. I'm not sure, Jim, Chris, Zach, who's best to ask this, but across these different species, given that there's potential concern for this to be an artifact of adjustments in sampling, was there any further sort of investigation in terms of, say, the size composition differences between these years, or other sorts of indicators that may give us a feel for whether this is really a biological phenomena, or if it's perhaps a change in performance of the sampler as the distribution of stations is shifted across, especially in a zone where gear performance for sampling is highly influenced by seabed terrain and texture. And so was there a look to see if there was sort of these fish that are missing, or larger, smaller, or perhaps some evidence in the size comps that could bolster the argument that it doesn't matter?
Thanks to the chair. I'll give Zach and Ned a shot here, but just to note that I do have their presentation on my other screen. I can pull up any specific slide, but yeah, they showed for every species the size distributions. And go ahead, Zach or Ned.
Yeah, I was just going to say that as the person who who gave the talk, yeah, we did give a little bit of explanations about the size compositions, and I can't I didn't get anything unusual from looking at the size comps. So, and they vary across species as well. Some species like flathead, I think it was flathead sole, it's just sort of constant, sort of a constant mode and size distribution throughout the years, and a similar distribution we saw this year as well. But yeah, I don't think I think any changes in the size distributions, we couldn't really delve into any sort of major changes either one way or another way.
Okay, Martin, next question.
Yeah, I guess I mean what we seem to be seeing is a big drop in sort of the rocky reef habitat species and an increase in more muddy bottom species. And just was was there any changes? I mean, you re-stratified. Did that change the sort of how the skippers picked areas to tow in terms of determining whether an area was suitable to tow or not? I'm just wondering if that sort of inadvertently set up a dynamic where there was more towing in more safer terrain that would change the CPUE.
Ned, it looks like your mic's on. Zach, there you go. Go for
I
it.
think so. Go ahead, Zach.
Oh no, okay. If you're good, then I'll hand that to you.
Okay, thank you, Zach, and thanks for the question, Martin. What I would say there is that, you know, one of the things we did look at internally is the proportional allocation to the different strata compared to previous years, and this year's allocation to strata was on par with previous years, both across depths and stations. In terms of the actual, you know, application of skipper knowledge to trawlable and untrawlable ground, no, nothing's really changed. We did when I say we, Zach and some others did a great deal of work to transfer the trawlable and untrawlable information from the old survey grid to the new survey grid under the new stratification. So the vast majority of that information came forward historically based on, you know, skippers identifying trawlable and untrawlable information in the past. So between our allocation being impacted by trawlable and untrawlable information, and then the same skippers pursuing our survey for years and years, I didn't see, and I was out there for a couple months this summer, any material change to the way the skippers approached identifying trawlable or untrawlable information, or any material change to how areas were allocated and assigned within the strata. So I hope that answers your question, Martin.
Yeah, thanks. That's exactly what I was trying to get into. And that's really reassuring, what you said. Thanks.
Yep.
Next question from Dana.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I was wondering, and you may have gone through this in the other iterations years ago, but was there any major changes in the total like area and depth as the strata were made under like more modern methods? So like that would help explain like rockfish versus flatfish. If a bunch of deeper stations, the total area was smaller. Were there any looks at that?
I think the only thing. Sorry, I'm just going to butt in here. I'm sorry, Ned. I think the only.
That's you.
Yeah, I think the only thing that we did was make sure that the spatial footprint between, you know, pre-2025 and the historical footprint that was used was consistent with the survey design that we were proposing and implemented this year. I think that was more the emphasis for our efforts this past year. By depth, I haven't done that analysis. But essentially, we're using the depth ratios that we've collected or collated to inform what our depth strata are. So, you know, at the very least, the depth, you know, the actual areas by depths are more accurate than they have been in the past.
I think I would just add to that, Dana, that, you know, when we were going through the exercise to assign trawlable and untrawlable information to the new survey grid, the as you would expect with some new bathymetry, there were some additions here and subtractions there. And they were all relatively small, with the exception of some areas that were excised because we shifted to allocation to just the nymphs statistical sampling areas instead of the old INPFC areas. And that's documented both in plan team notes over the last couple of years and in our presentation, that there's a little slice here and a little chunk there that are not part of 610 to 650 that are no longer included. So, but within the footprint of the survey that we did this year, yeah, there's new bathymetry, but the changes seem to be minimal. But like Zach said, we didn't do an analysis of that. That's sort of anecdotal from me working through the survey grid with everyone else.
Thanks, Ned and Zach.
Yep.
Okay, thanks for that. Just gonna wait just a second, see if there are any other questions popping up. Dane, I see you still got your hand up, but I'm guessing that's left over. Okay, well, thanks again for being willing to join us out of order here in the schedule and answer a few detailed questions about that. At this point, I guess back to you, Jim, and maybe we can go on to Pollock.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know if Clay's on, because they will jump right in. Yeah, so the link to all of the PDF that was posted should take you to the agenda items and presentation. And for Bering C. Pollock, it'll look like this. There's a preface page, and there's two major sections. There's a CIE review that took place back in May of this year, and their reports are available and links are provided in part two, but part one contains basically a discussion paper that we presented to the CIE panel. And actually it developed a little bit during the week of the CIE. So I encourage the SSC to have a look carefully at some of those aspects. I can go through it, but in the interest of time here, I think that's not super helpful or the best. Bottom line is that there's some new data changes that are coming this year, and some other work that I've done in response to the CIE review. So I can circle back to these aspects if you like, but no, that just linked me to if you click on this image, it'll take you straight to the web page, which is useful for me right now. But what I presented to the plan team was a table. This table is in the HTML that was distributed. There were reviewers had specific things. They saw the end of the horizon for AD Model Builder, the bespoke, the one-off model that I've been using since 1997, with improvements every year, of course. But yeah, I did have a fun week where I translated it to RTMB, got it to match exactly, noting that some features or aspects of the AD Model Builder version had to be trimmed out because they were not working or available in the RTMB side. They were relatively minor, but a little bit disappointing. And that same aspect you can see in the Sablefish work too, where they converted from ADMB to TMB, the RTMB, they had to do that. Throughout the review, the CIE review, they were very concerned about the adjacency with the Russian Western Bering Sea fishery. So I started to look at that. It's still incomplete, but I did have some of the aspects of how correlated our results are with the Western Bering Sea, and that's in that Part 2 document. And then aspects of selectivity is underway with the RTMB version, being able to estimate the variances. It's always been a bit of a subjective task to provide the right level of variance or penalty on how much selectivities should vary. And I've historically provided two extremes, like a completely separable model, which means it's a assumed constant by age versus the other extreme, which would be like a VPA where fish are just removed by the estimated numbers at age in the catch. So those extremes was the historical way of doing it, but Anders Nielsen in particular had some comments on the ability to estimate the variances for those types of process errors. Also in the CIE and last year I had included the Seattle estimates of natural mortality at age over time. Also looking at the growth weighted age. That's something that I still do, but I haven't had a chance to go back with the temperature. I think that's an outstanding request from the CIA, from the SSC as well, to look at that relative to the Seattle model, Seattle with a C. And then some other data weighting recommendations and some minor comments on using a shorter period for Mohns row, which is kind of the European approach. I just checking to see what else is in here. I'll turn this over to Calais in a second, but I just wanted to summarize quickly. In the report and the analysis, I did a lot of work on the new age determination methods, and the new world order. I did some comparisons of the historical aspect of that, but coming in November, I will be using those for this year's bottom trawl survey data, as well as in the future for the fishery age composition data. I see a hand up, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Franz.
Yeah, thanks. On the FT nurse data, I'm not sure if you were going to get into that more or if the plan team is going to report more on that, but I was a little unclear on what is actually available. Could you just clarify what years roughly we have both traditional and FT nurse ages, and whether 24, 25, and or 25, I guess, are entirely FT nurse, and whether we're going to go forward with FT nurse only after this, or what the plans are?
Thanks, and thanks for the question through the chair. So this is in the part 1 section, and these figures here show which years they've gone back historically. So you can see that one is the traditional aging method, and the other is the new FT NIRS, and this is just the data. This isn't any model results, and so that tells you there. And there's a table down in here. That's about the age determination error, but this is what years the FT NIRS was available for the acoustics, for the bottom trawl, FTN meaning FT NIRS, and for the fishery. And hopefully in anticipation of your question, I won't be using any of these historical data streams for FT NIRS, but that will be all I have going forward. So the point of the historical time series is to basically evaluate the impact that it has. But yeah, so that's kind of what we have. And so for last year, we had bottom trawl survey, traditional, that I don't think has been done for FT NIRS at all. just because of the way the timing worked out and that sort of thing. Is that helpful, or am I missing the question?
Well, this is where my confusion actually came from. So in the other figures that you showed, both TMA and FTN ages are available. This figure here shows what you evaluate, because this doesn't show TMA data for 2015 through 2024, but those are available, right? This is what you use
yeah, sorry.
in your modeling for like to look at the contrast, or
Yeah, no, I think I understand why I made it confusing. So you're saying where's the traditional here?
yes.
They of course exist. These were just to set up the hypothetical models so that I didn't include the traditional ages when I had FT years. So this is a snapshot of a model run with all FT years data included to evaluate. So there's no overlap between traditional and in any of the years. We also have traditional ages for bottom trawl here, and of course for the acoustics. But for this model run, it was just for the model run itself, and that's kind of what this kind of zoomed out picture is. It's just one of the tests that we did was, and this is something I'd appreciate commentary on, because I think going forward, I'm going to be using fleet disaggregated aging error, because that's going to be a critical part of using the FT NEARS data, is to be able to show which years, which gear types you have, and try to make the age determination errors appropriate and consistent with the traditional method. Is that helpful?
Yeah, thanks. And I did, if I may, through the chair, follow up on that. I mean, that I had a question about the disaggregation. I mean, I don't fully understand the rationale. You're estimating different aging errors for the different fleets, right? And I don't fully understand the rationale for that, I guess, as opposed to just combining them.
So thanks for the question. So the way it works is, and I have to get this right, there's a behind the scenes model, and the class of model is kind of the modern, slipping my mind right now, but it basically maps the spectra from the Fourier transform near infrared spectroscopy. It maps that to ages, and that's fit using, they include length, they use quite a number of covariates, and they use that to predict ages. And so there's a single model that does that. The problem is that across gear types, the comparison with traditional method changes. And so for that reason, the two hypotheses is that it doesn't change across gear types, or that the age error matrix does differ by gear type. So this is fishery survey and acoustics, bottom trawl survey and acoustics. And so because of the timing and the seasonality aspects of the fishery in particular, it seems important to separate out the age determination error. So simply said, it's the aging error that's different across gear types. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I think so. We might come back to that in terms of whether we want to see more on that. So it comes out of the FT NERS modeling that there is a difference between the gear types in their model estimation, or using the spectroscopy to estimate ages, that they have to account for that to get better estimates, I guess. Yeah, I guess I just conceptually I don't understand where that difference may come from, but I'll leave it at that for now. Maybe unless you have a comment on that, what's the basis for having different aging errors and different gear types, sort of mechanistically.
Yeah, I don't know if Beth is online, but it's from what I've been told is that the fishery is quite different, and it's, both surveys occur in the summer, so the conditions are relatively stable, but you got 40% of 45% of the catch occurs in the winter in the fishery, and that's quite different. In the summer is a longer season for pollock, and I think that adds to some of the differences that we've seen in the uncertainty. And I just will also note that there was a CIE review of FT-NIRS as a method, and there's a suite of results. There's 3 different models here with those data, and this is all the things that were presented to the CIE as well. So there's definitely results here. This is just a figure showing some of the aggregate fits. So here's the base model with just traditional ages, and then fleet specific aging error, and then fleet's aggregated aging error. And it's a little bit hard to judge based on that, but I think there was evidence to say that the disaggregated perform better in general, at least conceptually, and so there's alternative tests in there, and that was from the CIE review. Any?
Looks like, is Ian frozen up? I did have a follow-up, or no?
Yeah, go ahead, Franz. I was just checking to see.
Yeah, sorry about belaboring this, but I think this is kind of important because there's this pretty big switch from the traditional aging to the FT-NIRS ages. And, there are some, as you pointed out, there are some perhaps troubling patterns in that there's less consistency in the FT-NIRS data. And then in my understanding from the summary table of the fits is that the fits aren't quite as good in terms of the negative log likelihood if you use the FT-NIRS data. Is that correct? The negative likelihoods in the table are all substantially better for lower for the base model, which is the traditional ages, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Just to make sure that is actually the negative log likelihood. Thanks.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and also in this part of the talk that just probably, since I made this figure during the CIE, I'm kind of proud of it, but this is just the survey data by itself. So it's age 3 through 12, a pairs plot and it shows the consistency of the cohorts through the data. And so this is just using the period where we have both types of data. And you could see that in Europe, they do this figure quite often, just to see how consistent the age classes show up in their indices. And this is pretty good, according to them and me. Pretty good correlation. And then if you go down, and that's traditional ages, and if you look at the FT-NIRS ages, it's not quite as good. So that's just another way of seeing how the data look and are comparable. But don't want to get too much into the weeds on this, but it's something.
We have one more question here. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Just high level. I mean, looking forward, we're going to be transitioning to FT-NIRS, right? I mean, the traditional aging is going away. Can you just confirm that?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
This year. Yeah, the 2024 data will be the last year that we have just traditional methods.
Thanks.
One other aspect of that's important to note, and it's in this report, I'm not going to belabor it, but the software to evaluate the spatiotemporal models for the survey data is changed slightly, and it's noted in here. It's kind of foregone conclusion that we'll adopt it, but there was the new SDM TMB compared to the old. This is a cost savings on the part of the survey group, meaning that the compute time's much more reasonable and will be available to them. So those are the kind of the two big data side of things. And then as far as the other aspects of the work, going to the paper that links up the CIE review, if I could have, I suppose, one more kind of discussion point, not so much the RTMB, although feel free to comment on that if you like. It did. I did want to just note what I did with the Russian data, looking at, they have a Marine Stewardship Council certification for the Western Bering Sea stock. And so I was in communication with a couple of the reviewers for that assessment and was able to get a hold of their report. And then, sorry for scrolling so much, but this is just a figure I wanted to get to that looked at the correlation of ages between what we did last year's assessment, estimate total numbers in thousands, compared to the Russian side from their assessment, and just a way to look at the age class correlations in total numbers. And one last painful HTML look was this is, I was kind of surprised if you put the ratio of total numbers of fish estimated in the Russian assessment divided into what we see in our assessment, it ranges from as low as a little over 2 or around 2 times to kind of where I expected it 4 or 5 times bigger in the US side. So that's stuff that I've been working on, directions. I don't plan on extending more Russian stuff for November, but I did show these things to the plan team. Also, yeah, this is probably worth, I did a comparison with the Gulf of Alaska, and that you can look at on your own. But this was kind of my summary slide for what we plan for coming up. I will say, you'll see in a second when we go back to Calais's slide that this one bullet on the acoustic trawl survey uncertainty, they weighed in, and we've been in discussions that we're going to wait till that publication comes out finally. So with that, I'm happy to toggle around. I don't want to take too much time away from all of the other work that's being done, but I think I'll turn it over to Calais.
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Sorry.
We can't, Calais, thanks.
Thank you. I'll pause if there's any more questions for Jim. Sounds like you guys are okay. This is only one slide, basically confirming what Jim just reviewed. We thanked him for his extensive presentation on the CI review and the planned updates. As Jim just mentioned, we did have a discussion about the ERMI estimates, and we recommended that use the design-based estimates for this coming assessment, and along with other data refinements that he's already mentioned. And then the plan team was interested in seeing the exploratory model using Russian catches in September of 26. And also we encouraged his ongoing work with transitioning from ADMB to some of the other platforms like our Seattle or the SPORC model. And I think that's all we have for Pollock.
Thanks, Calais. We'll pause and see
Yeah,
if there are any
actually,
other questions. Oh, go ahead,
Oh,
Jim.
sorry.
sorry, we have the AVO survey report.
Oh, yeah.
Just a few slides if you want to go through
Did
those.
you want me to go through that? I guess I'm not sure what the chairs or the SSC wants us to go through. That was the end of Pollock, but there was also a presentation from Nate Laufenberger on the AVO survey. It's not very long, but I can go through it if you want.
Yeah, if it's just a couple slides, go ahead.
It's one slide.
It's just one slide. Yeah, Nathan Laufenberger provided the preliminary results of the acoustic vessels of opportunity, or the AVO. This provides an annual index of midwater pollock backscatter from the bottom trawl survey acoustics, and it works pretty well because the midwater is primarily pollock. There's no concurrent midwater trawls during the bottom trawl survey, so they don't really know the size composition from the AVO data. But this survey provides information on midwater pollock in years when that acoustic trawl survey is not conducted for these odd years. And then the 25 estimate was about a 24% increase from 2024. Thanks, Jim. And that was it.
Excellent. Well, seeing no questions, I guess we can go right into, does Greenland Turbot work for you next, or do you want to go to skates?
Oh, I was just going with how you guys had it, but we can move.
Oh, yeah, sorry. My bad. We did have skates next on the list. Go ahead and stick with your plan.
All right, thanks. We have Cindy Tribuzio, the lead author for this, online as well. If you have any questions specific, but I'll go through just what Cindy presented and separate questions. So Cindy Tribuzio presented on the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Alaska Skate model. She noted that the base model, which was accepted in 23 and 24, model 14.2D, was not converged because some parameters were on bounds and some parameters had really high relative standard errors. There are also some potential procedural errors in the base model, and this model relies on limited age data. So there's no new age data that's been collected since 2015 on the bottom trawl survey for this stock. The observer program did begin collecting skate vertebrae in 2025, but they don't really have the ability to age these structures at this time. Okay, so the authors developed 5 additional tier 3 models, and Cindy went through them all. Those are on the slide, listed on the left of the slide. Model 25.0 estimated growth externally, that did not converge. Model 25.1 built off of 25.0 and fixed catchability at an empirical estimate. It also did not converge. And then there were 2 additional models that did converge. Wait, I think I'm off a little bit. Yeah, model 25.2, which built off 25.1. Well, 25.1 was, sorry, I'll go back a little bit. Lots of models to remember here, but 25.1 was the fixed, oops, nope, thanks. Not back in slides. 25.1 was 25.0 with fixed growth and also the catchability estimated from the empirical estimate. And that did not converge as well. And then 25.2 built off 21 and made adjustments to selectivity curves. And then 25.3 was the same as 25.2, but left catchability at 1. I hope I got that right. You can see the spawning biomass from all those models on the right. So I think that's all I was going to say about those models. That was just to let you know what she did. Can you go to the next slide?
Calais, we got a couple of questions. Maybe we'll take them now.
Sorry, I did not go for it. Sorry, I did not see those.
Let's start with Fabio.
Thank you, Clay. It's just a clarification. So the 14-2D is the old version, right? The old version for the SS3?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then 14.2D1, I believe, is the updated SS3 version.
Thanks. Next question from Pat.
Great. Thanks. Thanks for presenting this. So is there a recommendation as to which model to accept?
Oh, yes. Sorry, that's
Will that be coming or?
Yep.
Okay, I'll wait till then. Thanks.
Yeah.
And question from Sherry.
Uh,
Oh, did it again. Yeah, there you go.
My question today, you mentioned that there were 5 additional models and there are 4 here. Was there one that is cut off on the slide, or?
Sorry, I'm kind of counting that update, the 14.2D1 as a model. So
Perfect.
there's the
Thank
base.
you.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Clay.
Okay, next slide. Thanks, Jim. Cindy also provided some additional concerns that she mentioned over these tier 3 models, kind of as a whole. The models begin in 1950, and they convert a large volume of linked data to ages based on kind of a small set of age data. Ages are actually only available for 6 years from samples collected between 2003 and 2015. There's less than 400 ages in each of those 6 years. And even though some of them converge, the 25.2 and 25.3 retain some concerns over mismatch between the survey index and the model, which begin in and the mismatch begins in 2004. And you can see that in that sort of middle graph of the index. And then also the converged models have degraded fits to the length composition data from the previously accepted but not converged base model. The base model did have better fits, but that's because the selectivities were bounded and forced to fit. So the author just wanted to go through all those concerns with us. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, it's unlikely that the further age data will become available for this stock. And so the authors also felt that tier 4 and 5 options were better supported by the data that are available. And Cindy also provided examples in her presentation on this. Linked data are really abundant for the fishery and survey fleets, and these data are collected annually and they will continue to be collected. And then the authors plan to explore length-based assessments for some future assessments. Okay, next slide. So the team discussed the lack of, so this is where I'll go into the models that we were, our discussion and what we were recommended as a plan team. We discussed the lack of large skates greater than 110 centimeters in the length data. Potentially that might be due to large fish moving out of the survey area or outswimming the survey net. The team also discussed poor fits to the survey and a potential shift in catchability from about 2008 to 2015. And then for November, the team recommended 4 models. The current model, 14.2D with author discretion on updating data because it doesn't converge. And then either model 25.2 or model 25.3 with the fixed selectivity to ensure convergence. And then to provide a tier 4 model with some sensitivities if they're available, and a tier 5 model, and those last 2 were the priority that the plan team specified. And that's all I have for skate.
Thanks, Calais. So you've got a question from Pat. Go ahead, Pat. You're on mute, Pat.
Thanks for this. It's nice to see the directions you're wanting to go with this. So looking 2 slides back, slide 62 with the fits of the different models. If one uses your imagination, it sort of looks like it's over smoothing. Is that because of the rigid structure of the model, or is there some other thing, I don't know, CVs or something like that would allow a sort of less smooth fit, that would allow it to drop and come up quicker, let's say, rather than trying to fit in between the two?
I think I might let Cindy respond to that because she's really dug into this. So I'm wondering if she's explored more of that. We didn't really talk about that at the plan team. Cindy, any thoughts?
Yes, hi, thank you. Through the chair, thank you for that question. What I showed in the presentation, but not here, the presentation at the plan team meeting, I did show what the REMA smoother looked like in comparison to this. That said, I think this is an artifact of the model framework. And if we continue with the tier 3 model, this is a high priority area. This was a comment from both the plan team and SSC last year to explore tuning catchability to see if that fixed anything. We did not tackle that this year because we triaged the higher issues of the convergence issues. So we rely heavily on the idea of a statistical catch at age model when we have a very small amount of age data to inform it. And so I think it's the structure of the model that's leading to this result.
Great, thanks. And yeah, I'm appreciating the approach you're taking. This is something I might suggest in other meetings is it's easier to have a model that converges and move away from it than it is to have a model that doesn't converge and try to fix it. So I'm appreciating that you found something that converges and now have a direction to go. So thanks for sharing that.
Okay, next question from Andrew.
Yeah, thanks. I had a question about the recommended models to move forward from the plan team. I guess the recommendation was to move forward with the base model 24 2D. Was that 2D or 2D1, the updated stock SSC 3 model that we want to see with some of the other fixes that were implemented?
I believe we left that up to the author because this was an unconverged model.
Okay.
So that, yeah, we weren't too worried about that one.
Okay, and then just a quick follow-up with the model 25.2 or 25.3. I believe Cindy had recommended the 25.2. Was there a reason why the plan team kind of didn't go one way or the other and giving the option of one or of either one?
No reason. We were providing Cindy the opportunity to decide which one. Yeah, we recognize that she recommended the 25.2 and it's at her discretion.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Fabio, you're next.
Okay, I have a question for Cindy. Cindy, did you look at the effect sample size to check the or fits?
Thank you for that question. We haven't worked with the sample sizes yet. That was also on the list of tasks that we were going to attempt this year was the input sample sizes, but we didn't tackle that.
Thank you so much.
And question from Pat. Go ahead, Pat.
Great, thanks. This discussion has been very helpful for me, Cindy, so thank you. So with regard to the various models, I understand is a sort of sensitivity analysis. You can look at model fitting and so on and so forth, other kinds of criteria for judging whether one model is better than another, runtime, retrospective patterns, predictions, and so forth. I'm not understanding the tier 4, tier 5 element. Are you going to look at that and suggest what the better approach is, or is there some difference in modeling that happens with one versus the other that we want to see what the results are of those models before we make a decision to go for tier 4 or tier 5? I don't understand that part.
I can through the chair, I can also have Cindy jump in here, but I believe it was because she was presenting both of those, and she said she did have a lot of she does have data for enough age data for good demographic information, and so her tier 4 she wanted to pursue and wanted to also provide some sensitivities for that, and then the tier 5 model was just available. Cindy, if you want to add to that, please do.
Yes, I would. Exactly that. The tier 5 model is simply a REMA model that you've seen in many of our stocks.
Okay.
And the tier 4 is a different method for estimating the FOFL rate, but it still uses the same REMA biomass. So the tier 4 builds off the tier 5. And we use maturity information and length at age information that we do have in the tier 4 approach to estimate the FOFL and FABC.
All right. So there's actually the tier 4, tier 5 actually implies a different model. For at least for the tier 5, and for the tier 4, it implies a different calculation of the OFL. I can understand the why having the tier 5 as the REMA one as a fallback. I understand that, although we're seeing some trouble in using that in other assessments today and yesterday. And the tier 4 is one of the models chosen above, but with just different calculations for the FOFL and the FABC. Is that correct? Am I understanding what you just said correctly?
Yes, that is correct. And there's actually a really great paper this year that Jane Sullivan put together on your agenda for the Rough-Eye Black Spot that does a great job explaining the methodology for tier 4.
In the use of different, and so let me, if the chair permits, if I can just do another follow-up on this. So this, some choice of the model would happen based on goodness of fit. But we would, so I guess I was understanding the earlier models would be operating under tier 4 anyway. I thought that's where you were kind of going with this, but this suggests that the models that we're describing sort of in the upper bullets are still considered under tier 3, and it's the shift to tier 4 that would be based on something else through which the FOFL, FABC would be calculated. And if anybody wants to jump in, because I'm just misunderstanding this, but I'm just looking for a kind of process thing going on here.
Yes, as far as I understand it, we'll evaluate the tier 3 models and then the tier 4 and the tier 5 as a, the final, that's the sequence of how we'll be looking at them.
Okay, so there'll be we'll go through the models, and then based on what we see with the models, there'll be some decision process that'll either jump us into tier 4 or tier 5. That's how that's why this is laid out the way it is. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
No worries.
Thanks for answering those questions. Our task here at this meeting is just to identify which models we'll want to see in December. So it's fine to have a set of models that'll come forward as long as we're clear on what that set is. Apologize, Fabio and Andrew. I lost who was first, so I'm going to go with Andrew first.
Thanks. Yeah, this is a quick question. I think I know the answer already but for tier 5 being brought forward, that's for Alaska skate only, just because noting that other skates, BSAI, other skates are also tier 5 using the REMA model, but they'll be separate, right?
That's correct, through the chair. Yeah,
okay.
That's correct.
Thanks.
And Fabio, go ahead. Last question on this section.
Okay, I have another question for Cindy. Cindy, regarding life history, do we have information about the size at birth for the last skate? And my question is regarding because you also estimated growth externally, and I don't know if you thought about using some kind of Bayesian framework that we have available, and maybe like a von Bertalanffy for 2 growth parameters, if you have information about the size at birth, that at least we're going to count with some uncertainty and quantified uncertainty.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you for that question. We actually do have pretty good life history data on this species. We have size at birth is about 20 centimeters. I'm not sure about variability in that, but we probably have data for that. Beth Mata, who is one co-author on this, has done quite a lot of work on that. So we have pretty good maturity, age and growth data for the snapshot of the data that are available. And in that work, it was determined that the Gompertz is a better fit than the LVB, but the actual rebuilding of the growth curve hasn't been revisited except for the deterministic estimates I did in this year's model explorations. But we're pretty confident in the size at birth, and we do get catch at age 0. So we do have that to anchor the growth curve with.
Thank you so much, Cindy. It's very helpful, this information. So yeah, because it's one of my suggestions that you could explore this kind of Bayesian framework, and also together with that, getting from this model the maturity with some kind of uncertainty. Yeah, but thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Calais, and thanks, Cindy, for being available for questions on this section. Really appreciate that. Calais, if you're ready, I think we actually can get to Greenland turbot.
Sure. I am ready. Well, we also have Megan Bryan, the lead author for Turbot online for questions. And so I'll just go through some of the model explorations that she presented. And then, so I only have one slide on that, and then another slide on the spatial apportionment update that she provided. And then I'll show the plan team discussion and our recommendations. So Megan Bryan presented the preliminary results of the Greenland turbot assessment. And she said the primary focus of the model explorations was to determine whether this is a smaller, highly productive stock or a larger, less productive stock. The authors presented several model updates following somewhat of an iterative process. First, she provided a series of data updates that were conducted in the D1 to D5 series. They included several updates to survey length data and an SSC and PT recommended linear interpolation method on the AFSC longline survey relative population numbers. And these data updates had negligible influence on the assessment outcomes, and that's more detailed in her report. And then there's several model changes that were presented following good practices, specifically model 25.1, which used Survey ISS, the Survey ISS package, our package for determining bottom trawl survey input sample size, and then model 25.2, which fixed the stock recruitment autocorrelation parameter. That's been recommended by SS3 developers. And then model 25.3, which used an analytical solution in SS3 for survey catchability. And then lastly, the authors presented some models, 25.4 and 25.5, with different assumptions about the initial model conditions, basically a later model start year in 1977. 24.54 used the average historical catch versus catch starting in 97 following the regime shift, which is 25.5. And she did these to address whether the data and models could sufficiently discriminate between those two hypotheses I talked about, the initial population size and productivity. So these cumulative changes represented in model 25.3 result in similar fits to the data and assessment outcomes. And the changes represent decisions based on stock assessment best practices. And the authors did recommend bringing forward model 25.3 in November. 25.4 and 5 appear to be more stable than the 25.3 in her jitter analysis. And I think that's all I have on the model explorations. So you can go to the next slide unless there's questions. Through the chair, I think I see a hand.
You can question Ms. Shotwell.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Shotwell. This may be a question for Megan. I was curious about the exploration of removing the EBS slope survey length data. There's that length data is kind of from the unstandardized survey, and you don't use the biomass from that survey. Like, there wasn't a really good description of what that effect was. Can you talk about that?
Okay, you were talking a little fast, so I didn't hear the first part. I'm using the length data. You're asking about using the length data from the slope?
Yeah, sorry. One of your explorations called A3 was removing the EBS slope survey length data. So you in the model, you use that length data, but not with the associated survey biomass. So I was kind of curious what that exploration looked like.
Oh my gosh. I'm trying to think about which, when I remove those Okay, yes, that's when we were looking at, when we were removing those early length data. Basically, that was to show what was informing the recruitment in those early time periods. And when we were removing, the individual early length data from different data sources, we noticed that it wasn't informing the earliest recruitment peak in the assessment. And so we were suggesting that potentially suggests that we should be starting the model later because we don't have much information about those recruitment peaks. I think that's answering.
Thanks for
Does
that.
that answer your question?
Yeah, was the intention to leave those out in future in any of these 25.4 and 25.5?
Yeah, so if we were to start the model later, we would not be using we were keeping those in because they were informing the recruitment peak in the mid 70s.
Okay.
So when we were removing those, we were kind of testing whether or not the information about recruitment for the first peak that we see in recruitment in the mid 1960s, is that informed by the length data? And then there was also another smaller peak in the mid 1970s. And so it seemed like the early length data was informative about that smaller recruitment peak.
Okay, great, thanks. And can I ask one more?
Yeah, go ahead.
So on this slide, you talk about fixing the stock recruitment autocorrelation. Can you remind me in this assessment, is steepness just one? Is this like average recruitment and then Deves?
No, steepness is fixed at 0.79. That's from the Myers et al. Meta-analysis. So it's based on larger pleuronectids, the steepness for that family.
And so you turn the autocorrelation off on that model, is that right?
No. I kept it. So the steepness, it was fixed at 0.79, and then the autocorrelation parameter was fixed to a value, I think 0.45 or 0.47, and that's based on some work published by Jim Thorson. Again, looking at autocorrelation, recruitment or autocorrelation over a number of different species, but that was specific for flatfish.
Great, thanks. It's good for me.
So Megan, I actually have a question, stepping outside the chair's role. With regard to initial conditions, when you shorten the time series, are you estimating the recruitment deviations leading up to the start year of the model? Or put another way, are you starting the age structure in equilibrium? Thanks.
So when I started the model in 1977, I estimated recruitment deviations starting in 1977.
Thanks. So you are actually starting the model in equilibrium without any ability to have different numbers at age other than what would be implied by M and the initial F that you're using. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, seeing no further questions, go ahead, Clay.
Through the chair, thank you so much for your questions, and thank you, Megan, for fielding all those. I think we can go to the next slide where Megan talked about the apportionment changes. She explored changes to the REMA model for improving spatial apportionment. The SSC requested that they evaluate a new approach for allocating ABC to the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And spatial apportionment in 2004 and previous years was based on Greenland turbot biomass from the bottom trawl data from the Eastern Bering Sea slope and the Aleutian Islands survey for 3 overlapping years, 2010, 12, and 16. And that method estimated an average of 15.7% of the stock's biomass in the Aleutian Islands region. And then this new REMA model uses the bottom trawl survey data from the slope and the AI, as well as the longline survey data from the Eastern Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands. So they estimated a single process error for that and the scaling parameters for each strata. And you can see that on the right, a The model fits the bottom 12 survey biomass strata on the top, and then the long line survey relative population weights are on the bottom for the AI and the bearing and the slope region. And then this new method is consistent with other stocks to use multiple surveys for apportionment there. The deep water would do this with short raker as well. And the REMA model estimates, this new REMA model estimates an average of 11.2% of the stock in the AI, and the average over the last 10 years for that estimate. So just noting these two differences, and yeah, you can go to the next slide for our recommendations and discussion. During the discussion, there was we had some discussion about fishery landings, and some members of the public noted fishery performance is influenced by the nature of somewhat of a small boutique fishery for the stock, and avoidance of rockfish species, and then some recent experimentation with pots. And then the team discussed the availability of additional unaged otoliths, and they also agreed with the author's plan to consider the utility of additional age information in the assessment in the future. And then I think a team member also suggested future exploratory work could include using early trawl fishery age information to inform the stock recruitment potential. And that could potentially improve the estimate of unfished equilibrium recruitment. And then the team supported the author's future research plans, particularly exploring the appropriate start year for the assessment and evaluating using the regime parameter in SS3. The team recommended the new REMA method to be used for spatial apportionment between the Aleutian Islands and the Bering Sea. And that's because it was the best available science based on limitation of the slope survey not being done anymore. And we noted that it was an improvement on the previous approach. And then the team highlighted and supported the author's intent to bring forward a Tier 5 alternative model for comparison with the Tier 3 models in November. And then for November, the team agreed with the author's recommendations to bring forward model 16.4C, which is her base model, and 25.3 and 25.4. And that's all we have for turbot.
Dana, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just to clarify, 25.4 in the document has the initial F that Ian was just referencing. 25.5 was on your earlier slide. So I'm just making sure I got it right on which one we're talking about. Both of them start 19.
It was 25.4 with the initial F. Sorry to jump in.
Yeah. Nope, that's
okay.
Through the chair.
Okay,
No
thanks. That was a little different than what Ian was just asking about, so I wanted to make sure I got that right. Thanks.
Next question from Martin.
Yeah, just wondering if the plan team or the authors thought about the issue of which model to go forward with, the one with the later start date compared to the one that's earlier, and how you're gonna sort of figure, I mean, what sort of criteria do you think is going to be important in terms of making that decision?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Martin. We did not discuss how we were going to make this decision. I mean, I believe Megan's going to bring forward the diagnostics and for those 3 models, and we'll talk about the fit and any retrospective patterns. I don't think we had any thoughts about how to make the call, though, short of the normal process of looking at the model selection. Megan, do you recall anything that would make a difference for you?
No, I was going to bring the full suite of diagnostics forward, and yeah, I know the increase in the retrospective pattern was a concern in the I guess 25.3 and 25.4, so that's something that we'll need to talk about. But yeah, I think we were just going to look at the diagnostics again to make that decision.
Okay, thanks.
Do you have another question or follow-up?
No, I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, seeing no more questions, Thanks, Calais, and thanks, Megan, for being available for our questions.
Absolutely. Would you like me to move forward to Yellowfin Soul?
Yeah, let's go ahead and go right into Yellowfin Soul.
Okay, we also have Megan still available for Yellowfin Soul, and also Ingrid Spies is on the phone. They are co-producing this one. So I'll go through some of the proposed changes, and then Ingrid and Megan are available for questions on the model. Yeah, they had a number of proposed changes, and these are listed on the slide here, and I'll kind of go through I think most of these. They considered tier 1 versus tier 3 options, given the lack of data at low stock sizes to inform the stock recruitment relationship. I'll dig into that a little bit more in the following slides. They also bridged the bespoke ADMB model to SS3, and that was mostly to have consistency with other flatfish assessments and potentially an easier transition to the Fisheries Integrated Modeling System, FIMS, when we move into that as an agency. And then they removed the temperature covariate on time varying catchability, and that was to eliminate double use of temperature data, but retain the survey start date. And then finally, they changed survey input sample size to bootstrap values from using the survey ISS to be consistent with other assessment models. And I'll go through these in a little more detail next. Next slide. Okay, regarding the decision to shift from tier 1 to tier 3, the authors were responding to a request from the SSC that encouraged the evaluation of the information content of the stock recruitment relationships for Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Yellowfin Soul around the use of tier 1 versus tier 3 harvest specs, and that was similar to what was discussed last year for Eastern Bering Sea pollock. The authors stated that the most informative data are survey age comps, and 1980 is the first year of the standard survey. Additionally, there's a lack of contrast in the spawning biomass, which leads to an unreliable PDF of FMSY. And you can see on the right that the curve is uninformed at the origin. And this decision is consistent with recent Eastern Bering Sea pollock changes from tier 1 to tier 3. Oh, I'm sorry, that slide got cut off a bit. And then the authors also bridged from ADMB to SS3. Shoot, I'm sorry, the slides are getting cut off, but I'll read the bullets for you, and you can hopefully, if you download them, you can see them. But anyway, the authors bridged from ADMB to SS3 because that allows for consistency with many other flatfish models. It's potentially easy to transition from synthesis to FIMS. And there was also a working group that of the flatfish models for the center that was used to support all our colleagues that were working on these models together. Model fits are nearly identical between ADMB and SS3 deterministic models for all data components. And differences in results are minimal, and initially the difference between models was due to how the models incorporate mortality to initial numbers at age. And let me see if I captured those bullets. Yeah, I think that's this. Yep, that's it for that. Oh, thanks, Jim. And then for this last one, both the VAST estimates and the time varying estimates of catchability use Eastern Bering Sea bottom temperature, and so the authors were concerned about double counting the temperature data. So the survey start date and temperature data were highly correlated, and this collinearity could lead to reductions in model accuracy. So the authors provided model 25.0, that is the estimation, that's the estimation version of the SS3 deterministic model, with the additional feature of the Eastern Bering Sea survey catchability queue that just incorporates the survey start date, but not the Eastern Bering Sea bottom temperature as an environmental covariate. So you can see the description of these models on the left there in that table. And then the authors did add a minor data change alternative with model 25.0a, which builds on model 25.0, but the survey age composition is based on the input sample size from using the survey ISS methodology, rather than the number of halls where otoliths were collected as in the base model and model 25.0. So the main difference between these models is in the estimation of the survey catchability due to dropping that temperature covariate, as you can see in the middle graph. And this does result in differences in the fit to the survey index, which you can see on the far right graph. And I think that's all we had for reviewing the models explorations for Yellowfin Sole and some of their changes. And so I'll just go through our discussion. The team expressed appreciation for the clear presentation and the extensive model development, noting that the assessment benefited from discussions within the Flatfish Working Group at the Alaska Center. Members agreed that bridging to SS3 would enhance reproducibility, provide greater flexibility for model development, and possibly facilitate the eventual transition to FIMS. The team supported the author's conclusion that Yellowfin Sole should move from Tier 1 to Tier 3, citing the lack of a reliable PDF BMSY and the precedent that was set by Eastern Bering Sea Pollock in 2024. And then we did have some discussion considering the stock recruitment curves. The team discussed the choice of the Ricker model over the Beverton-Holt formulation. And the authors explained that the Ricker was more consistent with observed dynamics, potentially reflecting competition, and had provided a better fit to the available data. The team also noted that if Yellowfin Sole were retained in Tier 1, models 25.0 and 25.0A would require different parameterizations to meet those Tier 1 standards. In addition, the team agreed with the author's rationale for removing temperature as a covariate on survey catchability. That's to avoid redundancy with the vast survey index and for updating survey age composition, waiting to reflect best practices. So to improve diagnostics, the team recommended showing fits to the aggregated age composition that they should bring forward in November. And then the team recommended bringing forward the base model 23.0 and model 25.0A for November. And then the team recommended that the bridging exercise to SS3 could be included in appendix for November so that the authors did not need to bring forward that full bridging again. I think that's all we have for Yellowfin Sole.
Great. Well, thank you for the presentation, and thanks again, Megan, for being available. Not seeing any questions. So I think what we will do next is take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for public testimony on the stocks that we've heard so far. And with regard to sablefish, we will catch up on that one after we close out this section. We've got too many pieces hanging at the moment. But we will, it does look pretty good that we'll get to sablefish today. So 10-minute break. We'll see everybody at the top of the hour.
Thanks so much.
All right, welcome back. It's 11 o'clock. We are officially back from break. See lots of cameras popping on. That's good. We are going to, that concluded our presentations of the prioritized ground fish with the exception of sablefish, which is still on our list. We'll get there. And as I mentioned earlier this morning, we're going to take a round of public testimony now, just so that if somebody was listening in early on, they don't have to wait all day long to round out these issues. And it looks like we have just one sign up so far. So, and it looks like Julie is on already. So Julie, if your mic is hot, go ahead. Thank you.
A sound check. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the SSC. My name is Julie Bonney, and I am testifying with regard to the Gulf Bottom Trawl Survey. I just got to say, I don't know that I've ever seen all the suite of rockfish all being down, and then all the more shallow, flatfishes and roundfishes all going up. I'm particularly concerned about the rockfishes, because especially the incidentally caught ones, such as the other rockfish complex, rough eye. I would note that I ask about short raker because short raker is a problem child, and it also saw a double-digit reduction in this survey as well. I think with some of the lower tier or higher tier stocks that the effect of the survey could be pretty dramatic and really affect the commercial fisheries. I did talk to one of the skippers of the charter vessels to get their view on how the charter went, and they said that they typically have 3 nets on board just because they get tear-ups and whatnot. And the person that I talked to suggested that they did not have any issues with rip-ups or tear-ups until they got out of the Central and Western Gulf and were in the Eastern Gulf, suggesting that some of the more rocky habitats that we would expect to find rockfish were not well surveyed. So, and even some of when you look at some of the survey grid that was actually sampled, several areas that are, areas of known higher abundance for rockfish on the shelf break were not surveyed. So I don't know what we do about this, since this is a new error in the way the survey structure is done. But I do have major concerns about what the potential impact in terms of how the ABCs and OFLs are going to change based on the new information. So that's all I have. I don't know what the solution is, but I am concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Julie. Do we have any questions for Julie? Okay, seeing none, we will note that testimony in our discussions. At this point, we will now go into our discussions for these, for 4 of the rescheduled groundfish items. Again, we're going to leave the GOA survey item open so that we can take the balance of the GOA plan team report and include all of that in our comments. But we do note the comments just made by Julie Bonney, and we will discuss the GOA bottom trawl survey as part of the larger piece. So with that, we'll go right into our discussion for EBS Pollock proposed models, and I have Franz up first.
Yeah, thanks. I think this might be pretty straightforward, although I do have a number of recommendations, but I think we can reserve some of those for December as well. But yeah, we saw a brief overview and some more detailed information, brief overview of the Eastern Bering Sea Pollock assessment by Dr. Iannelli, and then some more details on the impact of the FT nurse data in the assessment. The assessment is a tier 3 assessment now as of last year, and full assessment is scheduled for December. So my model recommendations for this year would be that the authors bring forward the base model from 2024 as implemented in ADMB in agreement with the plan team, with a couple updates that the plan team also discussed and I think supported. Those updates are updated estimates of survey biomass and age compositions from the GAP group using an updated modeling approach, and the recent FT nurse estimate age compositions where traditional age reads are no longer available. So I suggest that we only consider that model with these two changes for November. The rationale, I guess, for accepting those two updates for the FT nurse estimated age compositions, that's the only option we have, as ages from the traditional method aren't available any longer. The updated survey index, I think, is a straightforward improvement, implementing a model in SDM-TMB for the survey biomass index and in TinyVast for the age compositions. I'll note that the past estimates of total biomass can change a bit, but since we generally endorsed the move here to model-based approaches or a model-based approach, these kinds of changes will be inevitable as the models are updated and improved. The differences between the old and the updated biomass index and the age compositions were, at least visually, fairly minimal. If others consider this to be a more major change, I'm open to asking for a model run with the old and the new data, or with using the old method or the new method. But I don't know if those are even readily available. Otherwise, we may want to have a general comment that as these model-based estimates change over time, we consider those to be straightforward data updates using best available information. And here the new models do seem to represent an improvement in the modeling approach that's maybe a little more transparent and easier to implement in the future. I don't think that the impacts on the reference points were considered otherwise. So that's what I have on the model for November. My only other recommendation would be to include an analysis of the impacts of the FT nurse data on model results and management quantities in the assessment, perhaps as an appendix. So this would essentially be the model runs that were presented to the CIE, which used the FT nurse data in lieu of the traditional age data for the period of overlap, and comparing outputs from the model with the traditional ages and the FT nurse ages, either aggregated or disaggregated. Since the traditional ages aren't available for 2025, the analysis was done through 2024. Since traditional ages aren't available in 2025, I don't think it's worth updating the analyses through 2025, but just using what was presented in the CIE review with data through 2024, unless others feel differently about that. I do also want to just express maybe our appreciation for the explorations of the impact that we had asked for that last year, and I think the author presented a fairly thorough analysis of the impact, and The analysis in the CIE documentation seems fairly complete, and both the CIE reviewers and the plan team endorsed the use of the FT-Nurse data. And we heard that we don't really have a choice going forward, as the FT-Nurse data is what we'll be getting starting with the 2025 data. I would nevertheless suggest that the analyses be included in the SAFE this year, perhaps as an appendix to the document. And you know, either as an appendix or a link if the website is stable, you know, if there's a DOI available. So we have that documentation, and I think we should maybe express some concern about the switch to the FT-Nurse data, or at least just point those out. There were some perhaps troubling issues in that the estimates are less consistent across ages for a given cohort, and Jim explored that by looking at the correlation in the age-specific abundances between a given age and a given year, and that same cohort in the following year, or the 2 years later, 3 years later, and so forth. And so the FT-Nurse data was just a little less consistent in that regard than the traditional age data. The results that were presented in terms of the impact on management quantities or impact on the data fits, suggest what I would consider a fairly substantial degradation in fits to both the fishery and the survey age compositions when the FT-Nurse data are used. As summarized in that document, you know, that's on the order of a couple hundred likelihood units or so in total. Otherwise, the fits to the overall age compositions and also the OSA residuals and other diagnostics that were provided, you know, seemed adequate. But I think you know, we should at least document that as we make this transition from traditional ages to the FT-Nurse ages. So that's really all the suggestions I have for November. I have a few other notes here on the things that were presented in September. Sorry, in November, September, sorry. One is, and the presentation touched on that briefly. I suggest that we support inclusion of the new AVO index. Again, that's an update. Sorry, actually, I got confused on my notes here. We're not. I just want to point out that there is a new AVO index that deals estimates of uncertainty and results in presumably improved estimates of uncertainty that has been proposed and is currently in review. But there are still some issues that need to be worked out before those improved estimates of uncertainty can be adopted. And so I think where the GPT landed was to not incorporate that at this point and stick with the previously approved design-based estimators and their uncertainty. The second point on some of the issues that were presented is a switch from ADMB to RTMB. We had supported that in the past and recommended that. The author completed the transition to RTMB and provided to a standalone RTMB and provided a bridging analysis, which required some small changes to the ADMB code to make it directly comparable, but otherwise resulted in negligible differences. We should note that we appreciate the bridging analysis, which is something that we always ask for, including the MCMC implementation. I'm not sure if the plan team discussed this very much, but I think they recommended bringing forward the ADMB version in November, and as that was used last year, and there is no difference, and it's unclear whether what RTMB version might be adopted in the future. In particular, given the sort of the parallel development of two other models implemented in TMB that could be used for assessment, I would suggest that the further development of the standalone RTMB seems perhaps somewhat redundant. For example, if the intent is to either move to the single species mode as implemented in the R Seattle model, or using a spatial model that's being developed by Matt Cheng, another RTMB version, there seems to be little utility and also maintaining another standalone RTMB version. But I guess my suggestion would be that we might want to recommend that the author and plan team bring forward some discussion and recommendation for a longer term strategy for transitioning to a new, perhaps post ADMB modeling platform that best meets the needs for further improving the model and dealing with spatial considerations, integrating Russian catch data, or even working towards a joint assessment in the maybe distant future. So if the SSC recommends that, and I'm open to suggestions here, that's a bit of a deviation from the plan team recommendation that I think suggested switching to a standalone RTMB version next year, but that's certainly an option as well. The other point that the author also alluded to here is incorporation of Russian catch data into the assessment, which apparently are a considerable fraction of US catches in recent years, on the order of 25 to 40% of US catches. We appreciate the review of the Russian assessment approach and comparison of some of the recent assessment results that Jim had briefly touched on in this presentation here. That's thanks to the MSC reviews, he was able to track down some of the Russian data. And we look forward to an analysis of the impacts of accounting for Russian catches in the assessment, hopefully next year. The author suggested bringing forward some sensitivity analyses initially with regards to incorporating those catches, perhaps even in November, but that may be a bit ambitious. We can leave that to the discretion of the authors. And the plan team recommended exploration of this in 2026. Then there were a number of other recommendations from the CIE review that included, exploration of time varying M, changes to how selectivity is modeled, changes in data weighting, and particularly the age comps, modeling cohort and temperature effects on weighted age and others. And some of those are similar to previous SSC recommendations. These are certainly all worthwhile to explore, but I'll only focus on the M estimates at this point here. Jim had presented in the to the CIE some exploration of incorporating M estimates from Seattle also last year, and for the SSC, for the CIE review. To me, ultimately choosing the R Seattle platform, or choosing that's our Seattle platform for future development of the assessment might be one way to kind of facilitate further exploration of variable M's, and that perhaps could be part of the discussion on what platform to focus on, as I had recommended the authors and plan team bring forward. And otherwise, I suggest we, may revisit these and our list of previous SSC recommendations in December. I think we already commented last year on the format of the report. Jim provided this online document as the SSC reported, or the SSC report noted last year, and I agree that the online document itself is generally great for review. It makes it a bit easier to navigate and find things, including links to other supporting documents. So it seems to be a good approach for model explorations in October, but in this case, it didn't include all the elements that we typically expect, like clear descriptions of suggested models with model numbers, etc. If this approach is used, it should, at least, include a clear kind of description of the different models with names. And I think that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Franz. We'll go next to Jason.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Franz, appreciate your comprehensive review. I agree with what you've put out forward for model runs for next year. Maybe just a couple comments to add on a few items. Regarding I'm just going through my notes, sorry, I was looking through things as you just talked. Regarding the RTMB, ADMB to RTMB conversion, and sort of your comment regarding the enterprise approach with RTMB, I guess I wouldn't want to make that a recommendation, maybe more of a consider, given it looks like the RTMB version is pretty well lined up right now, and there may be reasons to have an RTMB standalone approach that I'm just not aware of. I wasn't clear on whether you were suggesting to bring forward the RTMB for December. So I guess maybe that's a point of clarification. It seemed like it's ready to go. So I would support that if the author feels that it's also ready to go. Maybe I just put that question back to you, if that was your suggestion. I would bring forward a recommendation from 2024 in December that we had about reviewing the relative role of the recruitment penalty on estimation of the 2018 year class. Provide some discussion of why this penalty seemed to be favoring a larger recruitment estimate and the likelihood profile. Regarding the document, we've mentioned it in the past. I guess I just want to highlight that the GitHub approach on the document, unfortunately, the links appear to be unstable. So if you go back in time to try to find those old documents on the council agenda, there's no link to them. So appreciate maybe if the author has some ideas how to stabilize those links, that would be great, or maybe just do a hard copy. I agreed with your comments on the FT nears. and bringing forward the CIE exploration for future work. And I think the author provided a good list of what those items were for the future. That's all I have to add.
Thanks, Jason. Franz, did you want to clarify on the RTMB point?
Yeah, I am completely on board with using RTMB, but and I was a little unclear on the plan team discussions, and maybe we can see clarity on that. I mean, the models were virtually identical after making some adjustments to the ADMB code to match the structure of the RTMB version, and those changes to the ADMB code had minimal impact on you know, on the fits and reference points. So I'm completely on board with RTMB, but I was under the impression that the plan was to have ADMB for this cycle. And you know, I'm okay with whatever the author can do.
Okay, thanks, Franz. Do we have any other comments from the rest of the SSC? Seeing none, I'll make just a brief summary. So I think where we landed was that we're going to support the base model from 2024 in ADMB, including the updated survey biomass and age compositions, the new FT NIRS ages for November. We'll note that the update for SDTMB and Tiny Vast for the age compositions is fine, and perhaps a general comment that model-based estimates change over time, and that as long as these are sort of best practices keeping up with the new software, these can generally be considered as data updates rather than model updates and tracked as such. I think we've now suggested that the author bring forward the RTMB standalone version, if that's possible in December, but to also include a discussion of a longer term strategy for the new modeling platform, to also be considering our Seattle, particularly with regard to some of the discussion about treatment of time varying natural mortality. We'll note that we appreciated the investigation into the FT NIRS ages, particularly the impacts during the period of overlap, and we would like to see that brought forward. The model runs that were presented to the CIE brought forward as an appendix to the SAFE document. We'll note some concern over the rather abrupt switch to FT NIRS data due to somewhat lower consistency between ages and subsequent years, degraded fits to the rest of the data when the FT NIRS data are used. We will note the new AVO index and new estimates of uncertainty, I think, but we support the author and plan team's recommendation to stick with the previous for now until that's finalized and everybody's comfortable with what's coming forward. We will look forward in the longer term to an analysis of the impacts of Russian catches in the assessment. We will also look to previous SSC recommendations as well as some of the CIE recommendations on time varying M, selectivity, data weighting, et cetera, to be addressed in the future. I think we'll also be looking for a discussion or an evaluation of our previous comment from last year about the recruitment penalty and its effect on the 2018 year class. And then we'll have a few comments on the format of the report, particularly asking for an archived version of the SAFE that's going to be stable over time, so it's easy to find. And I think that's what we had. So if I missed anything important, Franz or Jason, let me know. Seeing no hands,
maybe one thing.
Yep, go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, just the last point on the archive of the SAFE. I think it's also the archive of the October document.
Thank you for that clarification. So the archiving of both the SAFE, final SAFE, and also the October document, so that intermediate versions can be tracked. Okay, yes, Franz, go ahead.
Yeah, just to further clarify that, I mean, I had recommended including the FT nurse analyses as an appendix. I mean, I guess that could also be done by just either linking to or including that entire October document as an appendix, because the other, if there's a stable DOI, just as a link, because the other analyses, for example, of the updated index, and other relevant information were also in that September document that would be, should be archived in one way or the other. So rather than only appending the FT nurse analyses, perhaps just appending the entire September document.
Excellent. I'll let you guys wordsmith that in our report. The key piece being that we can find what we need when we look back in time. Okay, seeing no other hands, I think next up is proposed models for skates. And leading off, I've got Pat. Go ahead, Pat.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ian. Here's what I propose. So the assessment authors presented a number of related models that might be brought forward for consideration in future harvest setting recommendations. The assessment authors noted that the model accepted in 2024, which was model 14.2D, had not appropriately converged because some parameters were on the bounds and some parameters had very high relative standard errors. The authors consequently developed 5 additional models, 14.2D1 using an update of SS3, 25.0-0 fixed growth, 25-1 as 25-0 with fixed catchability, 25-2 as 25-1 with adjusted selectivity, and 25-3 as 25-2 with catchability set to 1. Only models 25-2 and 25-3 showed reasonable convergence with some selectivity parameters fixed. The 2025 models also corrected the recruitment bias adjustment. Fixed growth at external estimates included other minor specification updates. In addition to these 5 models, it's recognized that an additional simpler model, the REMA model, may be used should the stock be considered a tier 5 rather than a tier 3 or a tier 4. Consequently, the SSC agrees with the authors and the GPT to bring forward these models for analysis that support future harvest specifications. That's my suggested recommendation. In exploring these options, it might be recognized it's much easier to wisely modify simpler models that converged than theoretically more biologically realistic models that don't converge. Also recognize that once convergence is achieved as a starting point, a variety of alternative models exploration, a variety of alternative model formulations explored might result in similarly reasonable likelihood fits. When in that situation, other model behaviors, convergence times, run times, retrospective patterns, quality of, and variation in predicted outcomes might be used to determine the choice of the quote best model to use in practice beyond minor improvements in the likelihood. In other words, efficiency and accuracy and other metrics should be considered in addition to goodness of fit. And that's what I'm proposing. Thanks.
Thanks, Pat. Next, we'll go to Andrew.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Pat, for that summary. Yeah, first, I'd just like to thank the authors for all the work that they did and presented to the plan team. It looks, struggling with the non-convergence issue of the model. It seemed they focused on that and doing some procedural updates. So I would recommend that we do concur with the plan team's recommendation to bring forward that the current base model 42-D. I guess I asked a question about whether it's the exact base model that it was accepted in 2023, or whether the 24-D1, which is updating to stock census 3, and there's some other procedural corrections and stuff made to that version of the base model. I'd asked that question, and the response from the plan team was that they were leaving that up to the author, and I assume that's fine, because the other models being brought forward potentially would, the 25 would incorporate all those changes, I'm assuming updated to stock census 3, and those other procedural changes. There's also the recommendation to bring forward model 25-2 or 25-3, which the plan team was leaving up to the author. Those were the two models that did converge, and I think that makes sense bringing, I don't know if we need to bring both of those forward. The note that the assessment authors had recommended 25-2, which has, rather than setting the catchability at 1, which is what's currently done, is using actual data from a study which they reference. That would seem to make sense to bring forward that one, actually using published data for the catchability. They also noted that there's some issues with the current tier 3 models, which Pat kind of mentioned, some potential things that you might want to do. But as a backup, bringing a tier 4 model forward with sensitivities, if available, I think we agree with that. And then a tier 5 model, which should be a REMA model like the other skate species in the complex. I think we should agree with that. I'll just note that there's a number of research topics and stuff that or comments that the SSC and plan team have brought forward in the past, which weren't necessarily addressed here, in preference for trying to address this non-convergence issues. I don't know if we need to necessarily detail all of them now, or if that can just wait till December, depending upon how we move forward, whether it's a tier 3, if we stick with a tier 3, or potentially move to tier 4. That might change what recommendations we then make for the next assessment. And I think that's all I got. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks, Andrew. We'll go to Fabio next.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't have much to add. Thanks to Pat and Andrew for the excellent summary. I appreciate the presentation provided by the plan team and the great work done by the stock assessment authors. I support the author interested in exploring the development of length-based approaches for the 2027 assessment. Regarding the poor fits observed in the survey land composition, the author should investigate the causes that are leading to these poor fits. It's also noticeable that there is a significant difference in terms of scale between the 2023 accepted model using the previous SS3 version and the updated SS3 version. I also agree with the plan team to bring forward the following models for consideration in November. The model 14-2D, that's the 2023 accepted model. Model 25-2 or 25-3 with the fixed selectivity parameters. The tier 4 model with the sensitivities, if those are available. The tier 5 model, and also recognize the author's preference for the model 25-2. Lastly, I support the research priority list recommended by the authors as a high priority. And additionally, I suggest that the authors include exploration of a Bayesian framework to estimate growth parameters externally to account for and quantify uncertainty in these parameters. That's everything that I have here. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. Other questions from or comments from other SSC members?
I have a clarifying question. Yes.
Allie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question for you guys. Pat and Fabio were in agreement with the plan team in terms of the models to bring forward, but Andrew, you suggested that potentially not both 25.3 and 25.2, but that only 25.2, and I hope I'm getting my numbers right, might be necessary. So can we just clarify that?
Go ahead and respond if you want, Andrew.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually got kicked out and just got logged back in, so I totally missed the question.
No problem. So the question was, we're generally in support of the Groundfish Plan team's recommended suite of models to bring forward. The clarification was between models 25.3 and 25.2, you had made the recommendation it might not be important to bring both of those forward. Is that something that we would leave to the author's discretion, or is that a recommendation we'd like to make now?
Yeah, I think we can just stick with the author. I guess the question is so 25-3 uses catchability set at 1, which is my understanding that's what the current base model uses. But 25-2 uses information from Kotwicki and Weinberg, 2005. And so that seems to be that's what the author's preference was, and it uses data, and that would seem to make sense to me. So, but I'm fine with leaving it up to. I don't feel strongly one way or the other, although I suppose I'd lean towards bringing known data into the model versus just an assumption. But I'm comfortable with leaving it to the author's discretion.
So everyone's on board.
Okay.
That clears
Sounds
my...
like, yeah. Sherry, go ahead. And I won't mute you this time.
So my question was just from Fabio. I was having a little trouble hearing you. At the beginning, before you mentioned model runs, you mentioned exploring length-based approaches. Was that a research recommendation for later, or is that something, I think you may have mentioned 2027?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, so Chair, the authors, they have the interest in to bring forward to explore the development of a length-based approaches for the 2027 assessment. So I just support author's choice and interesting to do that.
Wonderful, thanks.
Great. Any other questions or any other comments from the rest of the SSC? Not much to summarize here. We're going to support the Groundfish Plan. We're going to thank the authors for their work. We're going to support the Groundfish Plan team's recommendation on models to bring forward, perhaps noting some preference for model 25.2 over 25.3, if there isn't time and energy to bring both of those forward. Noting that some of the models coming forward are going to be somewhat conditional on what's converging and what isn't. We will note that in the longer term, we note the issues with the current tier 3 models, and as we have in other places, continue to recommend evaluation of simpler and more stable and converging models over more complex models. But we note that that's sort of what the author's doing this year in bringing forward the tier 4 and tier 5 alternatives as a backup. We'll also note some of the longer term research projects, which we will probably revisit in December, including perhaps the choice of tier moving forward, the development of length-based approaches for the long term, and a Bayesian framework to estimate growth parameters externally. Again, those are longer term research topics that we're not expecting to see back in December. Okay. Now, next up, we have Greenland turbot. And on point for Greenland turbot, I have Dana first. Go ahead, Dana.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. First, of course, I want to commend Megan and her co-author. This is a very thorough and transparent preliminary assessment, and I really appreciate the table right up front with all the recommendations and responses. That was real easy to follow. So the main issue the authors are dealing here with is these unrealistic recruitment peaks in the 60s. These are probably artifacts of just trying to fill in for catch, which is pretty common when you have big catches and then no compositional data. So it's a worthy thing to think about. I think the 1977 start models are probably more defensible. We've done that with a lot of Bering Sea and GOA models. It's just moved into the 77 regime. In the plan team presentation, there was a note about wanting to explore the regime shift parameter. I kind of would discourage the use of that parameter in SS3. What it does is basically the same thing as it kind of tries to extrapolate where there's no data and fill in. So it's kind of just attacking the same problem with not a great method in my view. I mentioned during the talk about the EBS slope survey bottom trawl comps. I think it's a little unusual to have those length comps in there that aren't grounded to the actual survey biomass estimate and expect them to be able to inform the magnitude of recruitments. So I guess I would like to see that explored just a little more, maybe putting in those biomass estimates, even though we don't usually use those from those early years of that survey. There was an appendix on data weighting. The Francis reweighting kind of really downweighted all those length compositions. So if you're trying to get recruitment out of them and then you downweight them a lot. So I think we might want to defer on Francis weighting until we've thought more about the sample sizes we're using, et cetera. And I also wonder if the Francis might have worked better if those EBS slope lengths weren't there. As usual, I will comment, I think the selectivity blocks are pretty complex for a model with this kind of data. And I think simplifying some of those under this new 25.4 in the starting year, which I think Megan said already some blocks had to be taken out to go to the later model. Obviously, the increase in Mohn's row from the base is a little concerning, but it's not huge. Finally, want to put my appreciation in for the work on improving maturity schedules for the stock and approve of the REBA method for apportionment. So I concur with the plan team on the models to be brought forward. And I think that 1977 start models would probably have a stronger basis for future management advice. And that's what I got. I'll pass that to Martin, I think.
Thanks, Dana. Go ahead, Martin.
Okay, sorry. I just have a few short comments. I really like the fact that the assessment author was able to address some of our long-term requests for this assessment, and it was good to see that she's making really good progress on updating the model in support for the models that the assessment author and the plan team recommended moving forward. I also agree with the REMA model for doing the spatial allocation. And I guess I agree with Dana in that it does seem like the shorter time period for the assessment is a positive development. There, I guess I'm not enough up to speed on SS if there are other ways to initiate the model, but it seemed like there could be some exploration of that to see if it's possible to reduce the retrospective error. There, I'm assuming there's ways to sort of spin up the recruitment that actually uses the historical catches rather than to just estimate an F in the beginning year, or you could simply estimate the initial age structure if you have adequate data. And I'm sure that I would think those are options that could be explored in SS. So maybe some additional exploration of that might be worthwhile. That's it.
Thanks, Martin. Other comments from SSC members? Sherry.
Sure, I just have a thought going forward. So I heard both Dana and Martin support, the REMA model or the new model for spatial allocation. And we haven't necessarily had a consistent process in the past over whether we adopt those allocation changes in October or December. I think we've done it more often in October, although I don't know that we have a defined policy for it. Given the presentation, which we have not yet heard on spatial apportionment on BRDs, and the possibility that with changes in spatial allocations, the council may wish to request us to examine things in December. I'm wondering if the two leads would have heartburn with us suggesting that the authors bring back the status quo method with updated data and the new apportionment method with updated data so that we could use that information in case the council wishes us to talk about flexibility in spatial apportionment when we come back to our December meeting. And we can put in our minutes that, we support the idea of REMA, but we would appreciate if the authors would bring back both for information's sake.
Dana, go ahead and follow up.
Yeah, I think that would be an expectation for them because they'd be updating data in the apportionment. We'd want to see the old and the new in December anyway.
Excellent. Thanks for that clarification. And I do note that because of the way we've had to rearrange the schedule, we have had to take some of these proposed models before we got the presentation on the new apportionment approach and BRDs. So this is a little bit of a challenge here, but we're doing our best. So I'll summarize. This seems pretty straightforward. We thank the authors. We appreciated the clear document and the ability to follow through the table of changes. We appreciated the author working on some of our previous comments and making some good progress. We support, in general, the move toward a later start date of 1977 for the model. We'll have some comments about using the EBS slope survey bottom trawl data or composition data without the biomass estimate, and probably some further exploration of those in tandem. Some comments about data weighting and perhaps holding that approach until we have better starting points for the data weighting process. Noting our continued concern about the complexity of the selectivity blocks. We will generally support improving the maturity schedules and also the new REMA approach to apportionment, noting that we will also be asking for the previous approach to be updated with the new data and brought forward as well. So in general, we agree with the Groundfish Plan team on the models to bring forward. We will also encourage some exploration of the initial conditions of these models starting in 1977, in particular, something that doesn't start in equilibrium, perhaps estimating the initial age structure or another approach in hopes that might actually help the retrospective issues. I think that's what we have for Greenland turbot. Great. So moving then on to yellowfin sole, proposed models for yellowfin sole. And I've got up first, Jason.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Just note that this species is managed as a Tier 1 stock, assessed annually. I think the SSC certainly needs to acknowledge and appreciate the author's work done to clearly step through the proposed model runs. It was very clearly done, and I really appreciated that. The author proposed several new model configurations, including investigating Tier 1 versus Tier 3 recruitment estimates. The three models considered were model 23.0, which is the accepted model from 2024, written in ADMB. In addition, they looked at a deterministic model using the SS3 and parameters fixed at values from the ADMB model. This was titled MSS3 DETER for comparison with the 23.0 base model done in ADMB. So they looked at two other models, moving on from the base model, model 25.0, which was using the SS3 with modification of the Eastern Bering Sea survey catchability, which was modified to remove bottom temperature, but instead incorporate survey start date. Data weighting was changed, based for the survey age composition was changed to be based on the number of hauls from which otoliths were collected. And then model 25.0A it builds on model 25, except the data weighting for the survey age composition is based on the input sample size methodology used in our package sample ISS. I suggest that the SSC support the groundfish plan team and author recommendation to bring forward models 23.0 and 25.A, noting that we moved the stock from tier 1 to 3 to tier 3. The authors evaluated the issues associated with the stock recruit relationship and related to the tier 1 versus tier 3 harvest specifications, and highlighted basically similar to what Pollock occurred. There's a lack of information to inform stock recruit dynamics at lower population levels. While there is data that might be available prior to the regime shift in the mid-1970s, the authors note that these data are not appropriate for use given the different environmental conditions, and that's sort of a 1977 is sort of a standard break among other assessments. So I certainly agree with that. So definitely support the groundfish plan team's recommendation and the author's recommendation in regard to those two models. The groundfish plan team also commented on bringing forward a bridging analysis between the AD and BSS3. The results were very similar. I think including that as an appendix to the assessment's appropriate, and support moving from ADMB to SS3, noting that the differences were small. And I think that's what I have.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Next, we'll go to Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. And thanks, Jason, for that. Everything I agree with that Jason has put out. I don't really only have one other comment, and it's more of an observation, but I think it's worth getting out and discuss. And that's really and I've had this concern over a number of years, but the observation that there's a roughly 30% decline in this stock over the past 20 years. And just thinking about it, and maybe part of it is because we've just done crab stuff at the same time, but the coincidence of a similar decline over the past 20 years for Bristol Bay red king crab, and thinking about the overlap in their habitat, because they do, and I just think about the recruitment issues for Bristol Bay red king crab, and I just think about how these two things may, whether it's worth considering an ecological or an ecosystem approach to kind of think about if this tells us anything about what's going on long term in the ecosystem for these two separate species that have overlapping habitats and very similar kind of in the gross sense stock trends over the last 20 years. So that's just, it's an observation that came up over the last couple of days, and I just wanted to kind of pose it out and get it out there and kind of get folks thinking about it. Other than that, that's it for me. Thank you.
Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, Chris, I'm just thinking about
Yeah, I am not suggesting they bring something back by December. I think they have their hands full in the grand scheme of things. But maybe I'm not sure about a recommendation other than, moving forward, we really should be kind of keeping an eye on this and not necessarily wanting to hold anyone explicitly in the short term to something to do between now and December.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, maybe we just note that in our minutes. Okay, thanks, Chris.
Comments from other SSC members on Yellowfin Soul? Thank Jason and Chris for some very tight comments there. That was helpful. I hardly need to summarize this, but we're going to thank the authors for their work and the clear ability to step through model runs and other things easily in the document. We will support the groundfish plan team and authors' recommendations for models to bring forward, noting that this will move the stock from tier 1 to tier 3. We will suggest attaching the bridging analysis results as an appendix in December, but not having to redo that whole thing. And then we will capture this longer term recommendation either in the SAFE or the ESR or someplace else appropriate to consider the bigger ecosystem picture and other species such as Bristol Bay red king crab and its trends over the last 20 years in the context of yellowfin sole and what may be going on in the Eastern Bering Sea. And Pat, go ahead.
Hi, Ian. Sorry to do this. I'm confused about a process thing, and so I'm looking at the original meeting schedule agenda, and I'm looking at the stuff I'm involved with, skates in northern rockfish, and it says full there. These aren't full assessments, right? There's a number of other fulls in there for the sole and the turbot and other things. I'm just trying to I don't want to miss something.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification, Pat. And we have had so many changes in the schedule. It's very hard to keep track of where we are and what we're doing. So all of the proposed model runs that we're taking at this meeting are full stock assessments, meaning the authors are doing a full reevaluation of their models and data, et cetera. What we're doing at this meeting is we're evaluating the proposed models. So we don't have to sign off on any final models or specifications at this point. We're just making sure that they're bringing the models forward in December that we want to see. And
so it's not a full final assessment.
Correct. It's a full assessment, but we are seeing it at the proposed model run stage.
Okay.
We will see it again in December as the final model runs with results.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and thanks for the clarification. I probably should have been more clear about that early on. Excellent. And to be fair, we have varied over the years in how much detail we go into at this meeting versus the December meeting. But because our hands are sort of tied in December, we can only really evaluate what we have in front of us at that time. And we require things to be evaluated early in the process at this meeting. If we're going to see them in December, we generally don't accept brand new things that weren't recommended in December. So this is really our best chance to make some clear recommendations and make sure that we have the right things in front of us when we get to December. And I'll hand over to Sherry because she's going to be chairing in December.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Not going there yet.
Through this one.
No, just wanted to mention, so for Pat, the other thing is that we've moved up a bunch of the groundfish looking at proposed model runs to today, and those are just, so the skates came up today from your list because we thought that there would be questions that the base model didn't converge. Northern, we will likely take up tomorrow. So it's still in this meeting. Proposed model runs for year Northern will be tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks. I was just stumbling over the term full. Okay. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thanks for the clarification, Pat. And so that concludes the first round of species that we had prioritized and moved up in the schedule. And we're doing well. I think now we have time before lunch to at least get started, if not even better, to address sablefish. So if we have the right people online, let's go right to sablefish. And if council staff or plan team chairs would like a quick stand down to get organized, that's fine too. Not hearing them, let's take 10 minutes and reconvene at 12:15. Thanks. 10-minute break. Okay, we're back. Thanks for your patience. Do we have, looks like we do, ready for Sablefish. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Jimmy and Ellie again, Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So we do have the authors are available for questions. As before, I will be relatively brief. Each of these items on this slide links to the presentation about those specific aspects. And there's details of the long line survey that need to be considered for the coming years, which they included an incredible amount of work into a spatial model, which I know earlier it was noted that it could be applied to Bering Sea pollock. Matt's already done that, and it bridges quite well, modulo a couple of features I probably shouldn't have in the current pollock model, but yeah, that same framework, Spork, is really well thought out and developed. So that's talks about that, and then of course there's the management strategy evaluation, and so those are some of the key activities. But I'm going to mostly just get straight into the model changes, and this slide was a duplicate of what was presented at the plan team, but I dropped all of the naming convention and the numbers. They will come up at the end when I talk about the plan team summary of Sablefish. And when I say team, I mean the joint team, which is both teams combined. But Matt and Dan Gaethel put together this document and had each of these rows on the right here represent individual models, and model 23.5 comes from last year's accepted model. So that's on the table for comparisons throughout. And then there were some changes that, like with the pollock model I mentioned, there's a few things that are available in ADMB, or at least done in ADMB, that aren't so compatible switching into RTMB. So that's these first four models, including the historical one. And then they call it good practices. I would argue some of that, but I won't get into that. They fix some of the legacy code. All of these refinements were of high quality, and switching things to the PDFs. This is something also that'll come up in the POP model, like as part of the bridging exercise between older ADMB code and the RTMB. And the models here, like they would fix some legacy code, make a model change, fixing sigma R, and then priors, and then add all three of those fixes in. So you had the cumulative effect there. And then I think based on responses from the SSC and the plan team, they looked at some of the disaggregated age composition data by sex, and then looked at that without some of the length composition data, which in some cases overlapped with age. And if I say anything wrong, we should get Matt to chime in. I'm sure he's taking notes. And then this section 4 block was to look at some model assumptions. They dropped the trawl survey, added a new prior for natural mortality, and then saw the effect of both of those. And that's where we'll end up in a few slides. The cumulative changes was the model they recommended going forward in November. Yeah, and then sensitivities, they had 4 different ones of those, which we appreciated seeing. And that was that. And so to summarize some of the model changes, I think their code refinements, they added stability, improved the retrospective pattern. They provided consistency across there was consistency across changes. The recruitment estimates changed a little bit, but the stock status and things like that were quite similar across all of those changes on the previous slide. And then they ended up with a lower M estimate, which ended up with a lower FABC. The next couple of slides are just about the survey data, which the long line survey is, as you all know, an important component to this stock. And this is just the Gulf of Alaska side of those data, showing a 4% increase over the previous 2023 survey. And the color bars represent by area. So it's, again, above average than what they've seen for relative population number. That's what the vertical scale is here. And then we had a bit of discussion, again, about the survey. I'm not going to talk a whole lot more about it, other than to say that in the future, we'll be going between surveying. This is different than in the past. The future survey strategy is to do the Gulf in 1 year and then do the full Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands in other years. And so one of the questions posed to the plan team and to you all is to think about how to deal with this going forward in September next year. So we just talked about it a little bit, different thoughts and bookends. And it was noted that there will be a CIE in 2026 that could address, approaches to this. Because one of the issues is if you think of, okay, well, we'll just have a Bering Sea index, Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands index, and a Gulf index, and treat them as separate indices to the population, kind of, and areas as fleets, things would go up and down proportionally, but that's clearly not the pattern that we've seen in this history. Is that just without even looking at the proportions, you can tell there's a lot more in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands regions in recent years than there has been in the past. And before I get into our plan team responses, Chair, maybe give an opportunity for corrections from either Chris Lunsford, Matt, or questions from you all. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And go ahead, Chris or Matt, if you want to jump in with to add anything. I should have noted when we opened this item, leads on sablefish are Brad Harris and Franz Muter. Not seeing any other questions. I guess you get to go ahead, Jim. I note that we're about 5 minutes from lunch, so if you get to a logical break point, let me know.
Yeah, we have all of one more slide.
Excellent. Go for it.
We reiterated some of our comments, and our things were a slight mistake. We in preparing for today, I noticed that Matt, in fact, had reset all the lambdas to 1. So originally, this complaint at the diamond here was that the lambdas were still in there. It makes it really hard to judge what the variance terms are for each of the data components. So just across the board, and this was kind of a blanket recommendation for all the assessments, that there's some legacy practices that make it difficult to interpret how much weight is actually resulting in being given to composition data and index data. So being fairly simple-minded, I really like to have a feel for what the CVs are for indices and what the effective sample size is for final model converged estimates. And if there's tuning involved, it would be really good to have what the input values started at. So that's kind of a long-winded way of that first bullet. The second bullet was just on the growth and some of the aspects of this model. And I think it also applies to some other assessments, for example, Pacific Cod, where there's an implied weighted age, going through a growth model and length-weight relationship, which is often fixed at constant values. And it would just be good. We felt to have a reflection of like what do the age data actually show relative to what the assessment model is predicting, where it's modeling growth, that kind of thing. Yeah, then it gets to my personal pet peeve is that we don't really fit the composition data very well for this assessment, and we haven't for quite some time. And the reason for that is pretty clear, that there's a period where there was some large fish in the catch that is inconsistent with kind of historical population trajectory and harvests. And so it has a couple of effects. It could affect the natural mortality estimates. They did a profile over this, which is mostly apparently tied to the prior distribution, but it also results in not really getting the removals at age well specified. So those big fish are anomalous. They were probably in the Western Aleutians, maybe a remnant local population that is important data. I mean, those fish were there. I've heard the fisherman who fished it before, I forget his name, talk about it, and it was kind of a one-time deal. And again, those of you with more experience in sablefish, please chime in. But the recommendation here is that you can actually set the model up to remove those fish and not have it inform other aspects. And so the suggestion, and this was a research topic, obviously, but is to come up with a way to account for the mortality, but not have it be so informative about the full population age structure, because we think that might be, because it's broadly ranging stock, and probably there are remnant local populations that don't do what the rest of the population does. That's sort of made sense to some of us, and so that's, maybe I've talked about it too much, but then finally we have the RTMB continuity model should be brought forward along with their recommended dropping the trawl survey and updating M, and it's got the number 25.12. So all of those other models that I talked about in the first couple of slides there, number 12, and that's the one we agreed with the authors on. And I just wanted to note that there's a fantastic amount of publications coming out from the Ock Bay Lab, and the work seems to be really well done and really impressive. And then I have a slide on the longline survey, which you'll get more on. These are for the other species, but I'll stop there, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. Impeccable timing. Question from Franz.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to take these now, or should we just wait till after lunch, because there might be more?
Okay, duly warned. Then we will hold our questions for the moment, and we will take a 1-hour lunch break. We'll be back after lunch to take questions,
Okay, I gotta join the meeting.
discussion, and if public testimony, if there is any, on sablefish. And for those of you in the public that are still hanging on, waiting for snow crab, we will have an update for you after lunch.
And then, okay, sorry, I'm in the same room.
You
I
may
just
have-
got permission from the chair
Go
to
ahead,
speak.
Sherry.
The other thing is, there's a number of you, we're trying just to get the numbers ready to discuss for snow crab. And there's gonna be, please, everybody on the SSC, check your email. We're gonna try to get people together on a call, because we're struggling virtually. So we're gonna try to get people together on a call. And I just wanted to say, so Ian, you were planning to come back at 1:30.
Correct.
And just for people in the public, we may have to delay the start until 1:45. But there will be a note on this Zoom screen so people will know where we're at. There just may be a short delay before we start the afternoon.
Should we just go with 1:45?
That would be great.
Let's just go with an extended lunch break to 1:45 rather than leave anybody wondering.
Wonderful. And I'm going to send a note out to SSC people right now. Thank you.
Okay. And just to note, if we have discussions over lunch, we're not making any decisions.
No.
We will be back to have our full discussion and all decision making back in the open session. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good lunch break. See you at 1:45. Okay, welcome back from lunch, everybody.
You have yourself.
Sorry.
You seem to be muted to me.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, too many microphones. We got to figure it out now. Okay, we're back from lunch. We are picking up where we left off, which is questions on sablefish. And I just, for the public, note that we're still trying to figure out exactly when we'll be back for snow crab, but it is coming, and we will give you some notice as soon as we know. So we won't go directly into it the way we did here with sablefish. I think before the break, I had queued up Franz with the first question for sablefish. So Franz, if you're ready, go ahead and start.
Yeah, thanks. I used the lunch break to get clarity on some of my questions just by looking back at the document. So I think I have one question regarding the change to the biennial longline survey or the alternating longline survey between the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. I think the team had discussed sort of two bookends, either a combined index or that would, assume some kind of constant proportion, which I think you pointed out was Jimmy and Ellie, you pointed out that that may not be realistic, or region-specific indices. And I was just wondering if you had any discussions or if that's even reasonable to model the proportions of different age groups in the two areas using, relevant covariates, perhaps in the context of a kind of like a spatiotemporal model for the RPN index, if that's something that came up or the team would think is realistic.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, that we didn't have that specific conversation. I think we might have had that in the past, and our comments weren't formulated too much into a recommendation, do this, but it was more like a discussion and just noting that it would come back to the CIE review, perhaps, and perhaps the one suggestion would be to do the bookend of treating them as completely independent indices, which seems like if you did that, you'd get conflicting trends. And then I think the other potential solution is to deal with the movement model that's been put together. And so that might help with the population level scaling of the changes by region. But I'll let Chris or Matt chime in if they have more. All right, Chris Lunsford.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Through the chair, Chris Lunsford with NOAA Fisheries in Juneau. I think, Franz, one thing to note is the survey team definitely was working on getting the contract and the survey in place, and now we're going to pick up the pieces to look at how to deal with it in terms of sablefish. And in response to your question on the spatial, I know there's some discussions about looking at VAST, but since it's a systematic survey, it wasn't too sure how to do that. So I think we're hoping we can find a better way to blend in those age comps, which will come up next year. I hope that answers your question a little bit in terms of using a spatial temporal. The systematic survey design kind of complicates that, I think.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking about in terms of sort of some kind of VAST type model. But the regions are kind of very separate, and there's not much spatial information that would inform them unless you include some covariates. But anyway, that's a discussion point. And that's really, at this point, all the questions that I had.
Okay, thanks, Franz. Over to you, Brad.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. So Jim, I was wondering, I noticed in Dan's presentation, there was some interesting information kind of about the increasing proportion of unobserved or logbook recorded sets for pots and long lines, and wondered if it's like four times more and increased up to 10 times more by 2020. So implications for the reduced observer coverage in those two sectors. Is that something that the plan team discussed? Oh, I think you're muted, Jim.
Yeah, thanks through the chair, Brad. That we did have that presented to us, and it at the time, I don't recall we talked about it much, but it was, I have to say, a bit disappointing that those data sets were dropping off. And as I recall, and Chris, please weigh in, it was something that we weren't going to anticipate having in the future. As far as how that relates to actual observer coverage, I think the logbook data was always separate from pure observer coverage. But Chris, help me out there.
Yeah, thanks. And through the chair, yeah, Brad, the authors brought that forward to the teams and in the document, as I recall, because it was requested last year to look into keeping that fishery dependent index going. And basically the shift of human observer effort to EM is what's causing that big differential between the two. The logbook program was a voluntary program that's no longer in motion. So I think the authors, and my guess is that the way we would be able to pick that back up again is if we get electronic monitoring logbooks. So it'd be electronic logbooks, which I know the regional office has been looking into and started a pilot program, but I can't give you an update on where that's at. But that would be, I think, the answer is electronic logbooks.
Excellent. Thank you.
Franz, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I did have another question regarding dropping the GOA trawl survey. I think the concern was expressed that is one of the few pieces of information that gives us some idea of the scale of the population. And is that true? And has there been an analysis of how that affects the scale of the population overall, or is it just the younger age classes really that we might not care as much about?
Well, we didn't have a very detailed, we did have a discussion about the scale issue. And in the past, we've always thought that the trawl survey would be a good indicator of recruits. One of the arguments that I heard was that a lot of the recruits have been more recently from the Bering Sea side of things. So it was even less useful in that regard. But yeah, I think given other aspects of data conflicts, the scale issue the authors think is pretty well resolved by the contrasting coverage by the longline survey directly. So that was a summary of our recollection. And Chris, feel free.
Yeah, I think Matt can chime in. I don't think the scale does have an effect, but Matt, I think that's what you're probably going to answer. So go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. In the past, we've always done a sort of leave one out survey analysis and dropping sort of all of the survey indices, and the trawl survey essentially has negligible impact on the estimated population scale. And the argument that it provides some information on recruitment, I think there is some of the spatial modeling results sort of contrast that, because the Gulf, or the survey, only happens in the Gulf, but a lot of the recruitment happins in the Aleutian Islands and Bering Sea. So that's kind of the main impetus for sort of dropping the survey as well.
Yeah, thanks. That helps. I was mostly wondering about the overall population scale. Thanks.
Okay, last chance for questions from the SSC. Thanks, Jim, and thanks, Matt, for being available for questions for us. Okay, seeing none, we will wrap up our questions. I'll just check for public testimony. We have none. I'd like to make one announcement before we go into our discussions for sablefish, which is that I now have a time-specific point to bring back snow crab. So it's 2 p.m. Alaska time. We're going to bring back snow crab at 3 p.m. Alaska time. We'll leave us an hour to sort that out at the end of the day today. So for the public that you're listening, please be aware that we're going to take up snow crab at 3 p.m. this afternoon. And we will continue on with ground fish until we get there. So given that, and no public testimony, we will now go into sablefish discussion. And first up, I have Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to be talking about sablefish models. And so just a quick background, the SSC received a presentation on sablefish model development via the plan team chairs. There was no public testimony. So sablefish in Alaska are assessed annually using an age-structured population models with a long history of complex dynamics and technical challenges. So previous assessments have been hampered by retrospective recruitment bias, which is tended to overestimate incoming year classes, data conflicts, particularly length and age comps, and between the long line and trawl survey indices, persistent poor fishery composition fits, especially in years with anomalously large fish captured in the Aleutian Islands, and changes in survey design, most recently the shift in 2021 to the biannual longline survey, alternating between the GO and the BSAI. This raises concerns about recruitment tracking and index extrapolation. So I thought the authors did a great job of directly addressing these in this model evaluation cycle, and they laid out some key objectives to reduce retrospective bias, modernize the modeling framework by moving from ADMB to RTMB and the SPORT framework, to reevaluate natural mortality priors, and to consider the role of the trawl and longline survey indices, with additional research including testing flexible selectivity structures, alternate compositions, likelihoods, and spatial models. So they did this, I thought, in a really logical stepwise sequence where they first built a continuity model, which just directly translated the 2024 ADMB model into the RTMB SPORT framework. And that's provided the necessary baseline. Then they stepped through sex, disaggregated ages, and they updated the prior M, and then finally put these all together and dropped the trawl survey with updated M. And so as Jim mentioned, they stepped through each of those and then brought forward the elements of each into the subsequent model step. So the final model, which is 25.12, produced the most stable recruitment estimates, reduced the retrospective bias, and it aligned better with biological expectations. Further, they explored a series of selectivity model runs that looked at time varying growth, flexible selectivity, alternate likelihood, and spatial frameworks. And these were useful in forming the evaluation, but weren't recommended or brought forward for harvest specifications. So some of the diagnostics that came that resulted in the author's recommended model, which is the 25.12, it showed the greatest improvement, as I mentioned, in retrospective bias and biological consistency. It still struggled with poor fisheries composition fits. This remains unresolved actually across all the models. Dropping the trawl survey reduced contradictory recruitment signals, but also removed scaling information, leaving the longline survey as the dominant index. And then the biannual nature of the longline survey naturally results in increased extrapolation, with off years resulting up to 50% of the relative population imputed. And so the analysts directly addressed these concerns. They recommended the new model for operational use of the 25.12, and of course, we'll carry forward the continuity model. Mr. Chair, stand by. There's somebody starting a chainsaw in the background. My window's open.
No problem, Brad. Be careful with the chainsaw.
Sorry, just to be clear, it wasn't in the building. So, all right. So the joint plan team supported carrying forward both the continuity model and the recommended model 25.12 to November for consideration. Teams also recommended clear reporting of the Francis reweighting results and wanted an explicit presentation of effective sample sizes. And Jim spoke to this during his comments, and continued testing of flexible selectivity approaches. And so I think the SSC first should commend the assessment authors for providing a very thorough and well-structured stepwise approach to this. This is quite complicated series of issues to address. I think we should concur with the joint plan team and the assessment authors that would like to see model 25.12, their preferred model, brought forward along with the continuity model. And then the recommendations are going to align with the things that the assessment authors have already identified as ongoing steps. I think we should just endorse those, including documenting the Francis reweighting and effective sample sizes across the data sets, comparing empirical length and weighted age directly to the model estimates, advancing the development of the spatial model, which we'll talk about during the review of the plan team minutes, including sex-specific mortality, the continued testing approaches for what to do when fisheries composition data inform removals only rather than population structure recruitment, as Jim mentioned, exploring the inclusion of environmental covariates into the RTMB sport framework, and then including alternate survey years on impacts of including alternate survey years on the extrapolation, given the large proportion of the relative population numbers that have to be extrapolated when the long line survey is in the off year. I think that we should recommend that be included in the upcoming CIE review terms of reference. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Brad. We'll go to Franz now.
That's my button. Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo Brad's comments on the clear document presentation. The author provided a very nice, clear, incremental, stepwise, and well-documented approach to improving the model. And I also appreciate the links to the relevant GitHub pages for transparency and reproducibility. Not that I spent time trying to reproduce any of that. I think Brad already covered, if I understood you correctly, my suggestion to explore an option that would model the proportions of the different age groups in the two areas using any relevant covariates in the context of sort of some model-based approach. And then I don't have much to add to Brad's list of recommendations. Maybe one thing that I didn't hear, also supporting the plan team recommendation in that regard, I think, and that's clarifying the likelihood for M. The adjustment to the M priors certainly seems very reasonable, but the presentation of the components could be improved a bit. And I would suggest showing the profile on the scale of M rather than log M, and overlaying the profiles on a single panel, as well as clarifying what the other likelihood component is. With regard to the unusual fishery comps, when there are years that have, they reported from the Aleutians, probably like a size area pattern in the size or ages of the fish that may result from targeting particular ages or sizes. I would caution against somewhat ad hoc approach to try to, downweight those particular data points, because that kind of gets us into a similar situation that we're sometimes in with, say, adjusting M if we think there was some mortality event. These things are kind of hard to define a document, and I don't have a good suggestion for an alternative, but if that can be handled within the model through more flexible annual fisheries selectivities or something like that, I think that would be preferable over an ad hoc adjustment that depends on some judgment of what's unusual. One thing I wanted to note, if it's not obvious, for November, to consider the reduced survey frequency in the risk table, now that we have a somewhat better understanding of how that affects uncertainty. I also just want to note that we appreciate the update on the status of the management strategy evaluation, but I don't have any specific comments on that at this point. That's all.
Thanks, Franz. I'll note that we will have the opportunity to comment on the MSE further under the plan team report as well, if we'd like to do that. So we don't necessarily need to do that here. I'll call on myself and support your suggestion to explore perhaps more flexible selectivity to deal with those years in the fishery comp data that seem somewhat unusual. And I agree, it's less ad hoc than selecting the years, and perhaps might inform us a little bit more about the degree of variability and selectivity for the fishery as well over the full-time series. We certainly see it in those years, but it's not to say the fishery selectivity may not have been varying in other years. We have opportunity here for any other comments from SSC members. Okay, seeing none, my summary will be extremely short. We're going to thank the authors and commend them for the detailed series of bridging models getting to 25.12. We will support the author and plan team recommendations to bring that model forward with the continuity model, last year's model with the new data. We will support the list of plan team recommendations that I won't read off again since they've been read several times already. And to that list, we will add a few, including the exploration of covariates, potentially in a model-based approach to the survey data, the likelihood profile on M, and a consideration of the reduced frequency of surveys in the risk table come November when we see the risk table. I think that was all of the add-ons we had to the plan team recommendations. Great. Seeing no other questions, then that rounds out the highly prioritized items that we moved up in our schedule from groundfish, not to downplay the priority of any of the other parts of our groundfish discussion. And note that we still have some crab items hanging. We're going to leave those to closer to the end of our meeting, with the exception of snow crab, which I note as a text message has now gone out alerting everybody that we will be taking up snow crab at 3 p.m. So hopefully everybody's gotten the message on that one. And now I think I will loop back, and we will basically start groundfish as if we were just starting groundfish. So I will hand off to council staff and plan team chairs, and we'll go back to the top and begin with the joint plan teams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we'll just do a sound check and see if we have Jim and Calais on.
I'm here.
Sorry, while we're waiting for Calais, maybe I will just note a couple things as we run into this. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we're reviewing proposed model runs for stocks with full stock assessments. We don't have to make detailed recommendations, but we do need to be clear about what we want to see in December. We are going to receive a presentation coming up on sub-area apportionments and the new process that we're going to be looking at for that. But as we hear that, we may want to consider recommending bringing forward last year's results or last year's apportionment methods along with any changes that we see in these various stock assessments so that we have the opportunity to discuss those in December. Also note, just as a reminder for the SSC, last year was the first time that we've recommended final specifications for stocks with harvest projections. And this is influential scientific information, so we will need to characterize public testimony if there is any and respond in our minutes. However, this is only going to apply to GOA deepwater flatfish at this meeting, and we'll get those when we get down to the GOA plan team section. So now with regard to the joint plan team, we're going to take this in 3 parts, but we've already done one, which was sablefish. So we'll now take the general plan team report, including the ecosystem and any other survey reports that are included under the joint plan team. Then we'll take the spatial apportionment discussion, and we're going to have an option for public testimony at the end of each of these sections, I think, on our schedule. So yeah, with that as a preface, sorry, back to you, Sarah.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, and just for clarification, are you hoping to have public testimony after the full joint item, including spatial apportionments, or do you want to do one public testimony with everything that I believe Jim or Calais is about to present, and then have the public testimony and then spatial apportionments?
It's a good question. I guess I will leave it up to the plan team chairs to decide whether they'd rather go through all the material and be done with it, or whether it would make sense to do some break for spatial apportionment and come back, in which case we might break those up. So at your discretion. If it works for your presentation, we can just go through all the plan team material, take public comment on that, and then move on to spatial apportionment, maybe for simplicity.
Okay, yes, I'm just trying to think through, if you guys are taking up snow crab at 3 p.m., we might not get through all of the joint plan team report and the spatial apportionment presentation before that. So it might be good to break in between.
That's correct. We probably inevitably we're going to have to roll some of this over to tomorrow morning. And just as a heads up for people, we will be taking the AFSC report tomorrow morning at 8:30, and that's time specific, and we need to be done by 10. So we really will be taking it during that block, and we'll just pause wherever we are in groundfish. We're getting pretty good at just changing the schedule on the fly. We'll just pause wherever we are, take up the AFSC report, and then come right back to groundfish. Thanks.
Jim, handing it over to you.
Okay. It was
Jim,
just
if you want me, I can do this beginning slides. Sorry.
Yeah, that'd be great, Calais, because these are ones you put together, and I appreciate it.
Okay. We're gonna do a little flip flop in here on who gets to speak today, and I'm drawing the straw. Okay, so I'll go through these ecosystem stories. We received a report from Elizabeth Sinnen, Bridget Ferris, and Yvonne Ortiz. They provided the ecosystem status report summary of oceanography and climate conditions for the North Pacific, the Gulf of Alaska, Aleutian Islands, and the Eastern Bering Sea. And this is just, there's a lot more detail here. They've done a wonderful job, but this is just their summary slide, their overall conditions for each area. The North Pacific had similar warm and windy trends across all regions. This is driven by region-specific dynamics. In the Gulf of Alaska, there were warm waters from the Western Central Pacific and from the Central Gulf Gyre in winter and late summer at both surface and at depth. This was coupled with strong transport across the shelf. And then in the Aleutian Islands, there's strong Alaska currents that increased eddies and northward transport through the eastern and western passes, and the year-round high surface temperatures seem to be back. In the eastern Bering Sea, warm waters in the winter, coupled with storms, led to reduced sea ice and reduced summer cold pool. And the sea ice is expected to arrive later this winter. And then, thank you. The teams appreciated, thank you. And then for our discussion, the teams appreciated the effectiveness and efficiency of the combined report, and for summarizing the roles of both the ESR and the ESP reports, for informing the harvest specification process. Yvette started that talk with a very nice slide that shows where both of these reports fit in. And the teams also discussed expanding some of the hypothesized ecosystem impacts during their September report. And they noted that some of this information does appear in other presentations. We saw and we'll see some of that in the ecosystem surveys presentation. And then, so the team recommended that the ESR team continue working to link climate trends to ecosystem and groundfish community processes in future reports, just at the level of the ESR, the large marine systems. And I think that's all we had for ESR. Through the chair, do you want me to stop at each of these or just keep going?
Sorry, Calais, I missed you there. What was the question?
Do you want me to stop after each of these, or do you just want me to keep rolling?
I think you should just keep rolling. If people have questions, they can raise their hand.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, and the next thing I provided an update on the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles of the ESPs. And we had a lot of things in the report, but we focused on two main updates. First was the introduction of a new classification system for ecosystem indicators. You talked about this a little bit with the crab stocks yesterday. And we are also doing that. We're organizing them into predictive and contextual categories, and that's to better communicate their use in decisions. This also includes several updated or new report options for improving reproducibility and rapid communication through an infographic report card style. And you saw that for Bristol Bay Red King and Snow Crab. And we will be using those templates as well for our groundfish ESPs. The second update described ongoing work on causal modeling, and that's to improve accounting of uncertainty and enabling direct evaluation of how environmental drivers influence recruitment and productivity. We also had a few slides given by Grant Adams, who presented his update on integrating the dynamic structural equation model, or DSEM application, directly into the Seattle platform. And this is the first example of this was provided to you, I think, last year through Gulf Pollock, and that was with a bespoke model, but now DSEM's been integrated into Seattle. And in the Pollock example, that showed substantial reductions in unexplained recruitment variability. And we're having new applications using this DSEM integrated Seattle for Gulf Arrowtooth Flounder and AI Acca Mackerel ESPs. So I'm not sure if you'll see details on that, but that's forthcoming in the GOA and the Bering Sea report. All right, and then the teams discussed the timeline for conducting ESPs and potential for updating indicators to best reflect current stock conditions. This was a concern about whether we would be able to update any of these new templates with new information, or if they were just set in stone. And I replied that was definitely the point of the update and the report card template, so that we could stay up to date with new information. So we can do that. The teams also discussed inclusion of marine mammal information in the multi-species version of the Seattle, because we had a discussion about what options were being explored for our Seattle models. And there was a suggestion to include options for adding ice seal information in future reports. And then the teams acknowledged the utility of these new predictive and contextual categories. And then they understand that the inclusion of predictive indicators it's better understood where to put those into models or decisions. But the teams did discuss the challenge but there's no current framework for how to use multiple contextual indicators that may suggest poor conditions. So the teams recommended developing a multivariate indicator that synthesizes contextual ecosystem time series, and that's to measure how anomalous the current year is relative to historical conditions. And that's all, yeah, that's all the recommendations we have for that.
Clay, you want to break? I could start for the surveys.
Yeah, so go for it. Thanks, Jim. Back to you, Jim.
Now, this was organized a little bit differently, but we were going to talk about the long line survey separately, but this is mixed in with Rob's presentation of the ecosystem surveys that were taken and presented to the plan team. And just to say that these you've already heard some from EBET and elsewhere, but you know, just a summary of what the ocean conditions were like and how the zooplankton and fish densities occurred. Of course, I'm going to show the amount of pollock that they saw in the northern Bering Sea in a slide in a few minutes here, because that's what I care about. And also they had the ecosystem surveys in the Gulf of Alaska, and the details of these presentations are available. But just noting that it was warm throughout the Bering, the western part of the Gulf, similar to some earlier periods. The abundance of copepods was high, and large copepod abundance was low, consistent with the warm conditions we've seen in the past. Fish densities were very low, continuing a trend since 2019, and rockfish was only one of 7 assessed species with high abundance. Age 0 pollock and cod were, pollock was low, cod was moderate, and age 0s was thought to be below average in size, but average growth rate in terms of condition. And this is just the figure of the Northern Bering Sea component, and questions could be deferred to Rob, but interesting to note that these were kind of, compared to past years, one of the highest on record. I think he said something like 4,000 tons of age 0 pollock, which adds up, I think, were caught. Yeah, and that's all we have on the ecosystem surveys. And then this slide that we saw briefly earlier is the longline survey, just showing the trends for the other species, non-sablefish species indicator. Rough-eyed black-spotted was well below average, consistent with the recent period. And short raker also dropping there, and a pretty low value for thorny heads, and continued low for peacod. And that's all we have on the survey side of things. Any questions?
One quick question from me. Was there any discussion about comparing trends for some of these rockfish between the longline survey and the GOA bottom trawl survey as another way to see what was going on? Realizing that the bottom trawl survey catches a lot of smaller rockfish.
Yeah, not in that context. Other than we did have some discussions about how the two surveys are combined in trend detection with the random effects moving average approach. So not explicitly between those two, but that seems like a worthwhile undertaking.
Okay, thanks. I guess we'll hear more on that when we get to rough-eyed black-spotted. So please proceed.
And so for harvest control rule, I don't know, Diana, did you want me to take a shot at this, or did you want to cover? I'm not sure.
Whatever you want to do, if you guys can hear me okay. I'm happy to go through it if you want to go through it, but up to you.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so just briefly for the SSC, we covered an update to the teams. The teams have not heard an update on the ongoing work on the harvest control rules. And so what we covered to the teams was basically a synopsis and a discussion paper that covered all of your workshop that you held in June, the presentations that were given and the information that was provided to you. So that was the general nature of what we took up, and with an eye towards trying to formulate a work plan. And so we heard the SSC recommendations on the focus, and the teams added Pacific Coast and Perch. You had already recommended Pacific cod, pollock, sablefish, snow crab, and Bristol Bay redkin crab, cod and pollock in both the Gulf and the Bering Sea. And we discussed how we would move forward with taking these ideas of the harvest control roles. You identified 4 of them that we're moving forward with from the harvest control role team, and with the focus on those stocks, and then looking at a framework for when they would be implemented. So we had a lot of discussions of how, when that new harvest control role would go into play. And so what we talked about is coming up with a way to formulate a framework, and maybe not just one, but alternative frameworks that would, in the council sense, be alternatives if we were looking at an evaluation of alternative frameworks for when harvest control roles would kick in to respond to climate. And so what the teams came out of this with was a recommendation that we have a joint groundfish planting meeting in early 2025, which will be likely January, to review and recommend alternative frameworks for when different harvest control roles can be triggered. As a side note, we have not yet spoken to the crab planting. We will be doing that at the November planting meeting, and so you'll hear back from us or through them when they provide their planting report of what the crab planting is thinking along the lines of these harvest controls. But from the groundfish planting, we would like to, the teams would like to have the harvest control group provide a recommendation of alternative frameworks, and then have the teams weigh in on that. It looks like we have a question from Franz.
Yeah, go ahead, Franz.
Yeah, just on that last point, I was just wondering if I understand that correctly, this would be a framework for when the transition to a different harvest control would occur, and then that harvest controller would remain in place. This is not like an annual switch or short-term switch between harvest control rules, right?
Yeah, I thank you for the question through the chair, Franz. Yeah, I think the way that we were talking about it would be, these would be exceptional circumstances and not temporary, but not long-term. And so what the framework would do would define when you would switch to this alternative harvest control and for how long and under what circumstances. And we would look at probably a range of, there are differences of opinions amongst the plan team as to what constitutes an exceptional circumstance. And so I think what we'd be looking at is trying to lay out a range of frameworks and timelines for which you would consider that alternative harvest control role for a specific stock for a given time, and how long that would be in place.
Thanks.
If I could add on to that through the chair, thanks Diana for covering that for me. And I think, you've seen a pretty big suite. I think there's at least 7 different harvest control rules that have been evaluated under changing environment conditions and all of the stuff that went through the climate change task force, all of that work. I think part of the discussion at the teams was to, okay, given performance metrics, like there's going to be a selection of a certain class of harvest control rule. Part of this third bullet here has to do more with the overarching framework is like, do you stick that in place, or do you have the flexibility to say things aren't like we evaluated in the testing phase? So it's more about setting up a set of rules and guardrails rather than have it be always invoked. And I think the dream partly is to be able to link it nicely with the risk tables and the ESP type things that have been already talked about to a great extent. So just that's kind of one direction that we were possibly thinking, but obviously needing more time, and hence the workshop would try to frame those up, or at least establish them in a clearer way than we could in the time given.
Yeah, Brad, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm presuming that last bullet should say early 2026, just to be clear.
Ooh.
Yeah, good point. Thank you.
I did make this slide. Okay. No comments on that. The teams got an update on the data limited working group, which we started an application of the catch framework for Sleeper Shark, and needed to refine some of the attributes for the sensitivity testing on that side. And then we also presented a kind of a fleshed out version for Gulf of Alaska octopus, and how the tiered system, not the classical tiered, but at least a not thinking of the right word, but a stage system would be in place for evaluating octopus harvest guidelines for our specifications process. And so the teams just noted that, and we wanted to explore all of the methods. And thanks to Cindy, I think she might be available online to answer any questions you might have on the data limited working group report. If not, we can go to the halibut DMRs, which were unchanged from last year, and the teams recommended the discard mortality rates for halibut as evaluated by the working group that does that. And I think that is all we have for the Gulf. And Sarah will.
Yeah, Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just noting that the report, I think in our plan team report and maybe in the action memo, they state that there were no changes to the DMRs this year. I think what it means to say is that there were no changes to the methodology this year, but the DMRs were updated, and we provided those at the end of our individual team presentations.
Thanks, Sarah. I got that. Spoke too quickly. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, great. That rounds out all the material for the joint plan team?
That rounds out all the material except for the spatial apportionment presentation. So that's a separate PowerPoint, but we can move into it if you'd like to do that.
Yeah, thank you for that nice, clear and concise presentation. I think at this point, let's hold on the spatial apportionment presentation, and we'll do our discussion on the joint plan team. I'll check real quick and make sure there's no public comment, or if there is. No public comment. So I think maybe what we'll do is we'll do our discussion on the joint plan team report, and then we'll see, maybe we can even sneak in a break before we hit snow crab at 3 o'clock. So I should have mentioned when we started this item, our two leads on this are Brad and Fabio. So Brad, over to you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the SSC received a report from the Joint Plan Team summarizing its September 2025 meeting. There's no public testimony. I'm just going to tick through the topics in the order they showed up in the Plan Team minutes. So first, the SSC notes continued progress of the data limited methods working group, developing approaches for tier 6 stocks. Team recommended further exploration of the decision tree framework for Gulf of Alaska octopus, including simulations and sensitivity analyses. The SSC supports this direction and emphasizes the need to evaluate how these tools might eventually provide defensible and transparent stock status indicators for these poorly sampled species. Ecosystem status report, climate update. We commend the ESR team for integrating the ecosystem scale observations into the harvest spec decisions as they do, and we appreciate efforts to link climate indicators to recruitment and phenology across multiple species as we requested in the past. Further, the development of the predictive and contextual classifications for indicators seems to be working. And we encourage the testing of some multivariate indices to synthesize these signals. The ESPs and the dynamic structural equation models, we recognize progress in embedding the DSMs into the stock assessments through the RCL platform, and are encouraged by early results from Alaska Pollock here to have value in reducing unexplained recruitment variability. We continue to encourage exploration of the applications to additional stocks and support efforts to create structured pathways for including environmental covariates into assessment models in general. As to surveys, we appreciated the update and note the importance of indices for early life history, as Jim pointed out, for Pollock and Peacock in GOA, and recommendations for their inclusion in further future presentations. Talked a little bit about the long line survey with respect to sablefish, but we share the team's concerns regarding the alternating year survey coverage for that species and the potential for increased uncertainty in tracking recruitment, as we said before, and encourage exploring approaches to better integrate or bridge unsurveyed regions through model-based approaches, as Franz mentioned in his comments. I think there was an additional recommendation, or at least a comment I heard about comparing long line and trawl survey indices. I think it came from you, Ian, maybe on for rockfish catches, to potentially add some information into that conversation. For harvest control rules, the team or the SSC acknowledges the team's extensive discussion about the June 2025 workshop, and we agree with the teams that the evaluation framework really should focus on species that are sensitive to environmental change. Those were listed, including peacock, pollock, and other species. But we also want to recognize the importance of the team's suggestion that this be expanded to POP. We concur with that future evaluations that really incorporate demographic processes beyond recruitment, say including growth, and the notion of doing an early review or review in early 2026 of candidate frameworks that could inform when and how to use the alternate harvest control rules under exceptional circumstances seems logical. And ultimately, we'd like to see these linked to risk tables and ESP outputs. We'll note the management strategy evaluation occurred for sablefish, and the work was really to develop around testing the robustness of 10 alternate harvest control rules under recruitment uncertainty, and to evaluate whether management strategies can improve performance, both conservation and fishery outcomes. I think we will note that there was no single strategy that clearly outperformed our current F40 policy, but instead hybrid approaches where, for example, F45 thresholds combined with a slow up, fast down, stability constraint, and the harvest cap provided a more balanced pathway by moderating sudden increases in the TSC during booms. So the hybrid approach seemed informative, and the SSC encourages that going forward. Let's see. One element too, there was a discussion in the MSC about development of a spatial framework to incorporate region-specific recruitment and selectivity and movement dynamics. I think the SSC should endorse that as well. And then we didn't talk about this during the sablefish assessment, but there was some substantial work on developing a spatial stock assessment model, and the joint plan team did include this in their minutes. And so I think it's worth us noting that this spatially explicit modeling of sablefish has long been a research priority due to their wide distribution, ontogenetic movement, and localized fishing pressures. And so single models are limited in their ability to account for regional recruitment differences, local depletion risks, and, as we saw earlier, survey changes. So this spatial model, which has structured around 5 regions, and informed by conventional tagging and age-based movement, I think could improve our understanding of sablefish dynamics and provide a foundation for future apportionment evaluations. And so I think it's notable even at this research phase that it's identifying potential recruitment hotspot concentrations in BSAI and in central Goa, that the spawning biomass was really highest in the central and eastern Gulf, that we saw some evidence through the modeling of confirmation of the current hypothesis regarding ontogenetic migration with net eastward movement, and that fixed decomposition data still remain poor, similar to the single area models, but the potential for this to be resolved in a spatial structured model like this seem promising. So I think we'll note here that we still view the spatial model as an important research tool. It's not yet suitable for operational harvest advice. And then we'll have a few recommendations that align with some of the work the team's already doing, including continued development of this approach, exploration of environmental climate drivers for recruitment and movement that could be incorporated. And let's see, currently we expect to see retention of the single area model for harvest specs until the spatial models move more fully vetted. There was a note as well in the minutes about in-season management, and I think the SSC just encourages continued communication between NIMS and the industry to mitigate some of the challenges associated with the timing of surveys and other elements of in-season or other aspects of in-season management. And then finally, we heard that the methods associated with calculating halibut discard mortality rates haven't changed, but the DMRs have been updated. Thanks.
Thanks, Brad. Fabio, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I don't have almost anything to add here or anything to add. I think that Brad, he was very true summary. He brought some of the points that I was thinking about to bring to this discussion. I just want to appreciate the presentation provided by the Joint Planning team, as well all the work done by everyone involved and all of kind of works. And also just to what Brad pointed out in terms of the spatial modeling for the sablefish, I think that is really important to express our appreciation to that work as a kind of work that is as a work that is it's been important to consider in terms of how to take in account all the distribution, the spatial distribution, and most of the times we are like lacking this kind of spatial modeling in most of the stock assessments. So yeah, that's what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Fabio. Other comments from the SSC? Franz, go ahead.
Yeah, I may have missed it, but I just wanted to note the public testimony on the GOA survey changes that we received. I guess this is the appropriate point for that, and maybe Brad, you mentioned that. But there was some concern from the public and from the SSC as well, based on the questions that we asked, that the change in the survey design could have contributed to the pretty stark patterns that we saw of increases in all the flatfish, roundfish, and decreases in all the rockfish. And I think Brad highlighted Ian's suggestions, and I echo that, to compare changes in the rockfish indices from the longline surveys to those from the bottom trawl surveys. And I would also maybe recommend that the survey team perhaps provide some additional analyses of potential discontinuity in the survey indices to understand how unusual this pattern might be. I mean, maybe it is just a fluke, and they suggested that they had seen similar patterns in the past, but maybe a formal analysis of that would be helpful. We can at least
Thanks,
suggest.
Franz. Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, Ian, you feel free to cut me off, but we didn't really have a discussion on the GOA trawl survey where we saw changes in rockfish, and I just wanted to sort of link that up with Franz's points here, because I think some of those points could also apply.
Yeah, thanks. We will in fact take up the GOA again under the GOA plan team. So it's fine to have some discussion here and to recognize that we have already received public testimony. I think this is just a function of the amount of jumbling we had to do in our schedule to make this all work. It would have seemed more, the order would have seemed more logical if we'd been able to follow it.
I just wanted to make sure I got it in there somewhere.
Yes, but I think the important thing is that we did note the public testimony we've already received, and we will have the opportunity to have a further discussion on GOA bottom trawl changes going forward. And Martin, I see you put your hand down, so maybe that was your question as well. Good.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out where that fit in, because I did have some additional comments on the groundfish survey, but it sounds like I should just hold off. And I think Jason should take Franz's comments into the section that he's authoring on the other for the groundfish plan team. It would be good to see that in there as well.
Yes, thanks. And agreed. When we take up the balance of the GOA plan team report, we'll have ample opportunity and another place to put it in our report. Okay, I'm going to keep this summary very brief because we don't think we had really any disagreement on anything. And Brad did an excellent job of covering this already. We'll thank the teams for their report. We basically supported all of the plan team recommendations across the board, across all topics, and appreciated the updates on the variety of different things. We will highlight a few things, particularly our concerns about the reduced frequency in the longline survey. And we'll have some comments encouraging model-based approaches per our comments under the sablefish stock assessment proposed model runs. We will also propose that they consider some comparisons with trawl survey results for the rockfish species, potentially size specific, in order to better understand what's going on in the GOA. We had some comments on the MSE for sablefish, noting that no single strategy outperformed the current policy, but a hybrid or constrained approach did potentially provide some benefits. We also endorsed the spatial modeling that's been done for sablefish and support that development as a research tool, noting its potential value to forward better understanding of the complex ontogenetic patterns for that species, as well as links to environmental and other drivers. We support increased continued communication on in-season management topics to support that process. We support the updated halibut DMRs, and yeah, I think that's it for this topic. So thanks, Brad, for that, covering that, and others for covering that carefully. Franz, go ahead. What did I miss?
Yes, sorry. I jumped the gun on the GOA survey, but I forgot to make the point about the HCRs that I wanted to make. If I may, I'll add one point there. I mean, I like the idea of the frameworking and having some discussion around that. Although I have to say at first blush, it's not quite how I had envisioned this, but certainly doesn't mean it couldn't work and isn't worthwhile discussing. But perhaps when we think about or the team thinks about the January meeting, workshop, whatever it's going to be, that that they could maybe also consider whether a permanent change to a different harvest control rule that can be shown to be more robust to climate change shocks or to directional climate change or non-stationarity might be preferable versus having a kind of framework that gets triggered where you might switch back and forth. So anyway, just as for the terms of reference for that meeting, maybe that could be something to be considered as well.
Thanks, Franz, for making sure we got that in the right section here. If anybody else wants to comment on that, that definitely falls under this piece. Okay, seeing no further comments, I'm going to call a 10-minute break until 1 minute after the hour, and then we will revisit snow crab. Thanks.
Hi, Sarah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Maria, I'm just making sure I can get this in the right mode and the screen shows up okay.
Looks good.
All righty, thank you.
Do you want to advance your slides to be sure?
Sure.
Oh, perfect.
Great, thanks.
Okay, bye. If there's a Jared Weems listening, you have your hand up. Do you want to type your question into Q&A?
Okay, we're back in session. And we are also back to snow crab. Where we left off, we were in the middle of our discussion on snow crab, and we were looking for some more information from the author on several topics, which I think was located thanks to the author while we were doing other things. And so I'm just going to go back to the top, and I'll start with Martin, since you were the first of our leads, and see if you want to lead us off on our discussion. If not, you can pass to one of the other leads. It's fine too.
Okay, thanks. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, we should, we were trying to implement a tier 4 assessment with the harvest control rule for our, which was kind of, we just needed the actual numbers for that because we didn't, the numbers that were provided didn't include, they didn't include the harvest control rule. They were just the biomass times M. And so we sent Cody away to do that, and we have those numbers now, and somebody other than me is going to post that table so that we can have a look at it. And I think that might be, and everyone has sort of played around with that table. I think Allie has the latest and best version. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I sent out the latest version to Anita with the understanding that she would reject it for all of
Okay.
us. Is that
Okay.
she's on it, so
Okay.
yeah.
And so okay, there we go. And so the thing that, and you can see that the resulting off, and remember, this is basically you take the, I mean, it seems kind of weird for me to be explaining this, but you take the output from the REMA model and then insert it into the harvest control rule with a natural mortality estimate. And in this case, the one that was provided by Cody was the mean of the prior that was used in the tier 3 assessment. And the subgroup had a little bit of a discussion about whether that would be reasonable, but we should bring that to the full SSC for endorsement. And we considered that to be superior to an alternative that had been articulated of using the tier 3 estimate of natural mortality. And in this case, it would be sort of, it didn't make sense to do that because we went to a tier 4 because we rejected the results of we rejected the tier 3 model, so it wouldn't make sense to use a result from it. And so this seems like a reasonable value to use. And then I guess the other column rows are pretty much self-explanatory. It makes the stock at about 74% of the rebuilding target, which is a little lower than would have been with it had we used the tier 3 assessment, but relatively close and also relatively close to being rebuilt. And the F is ramped down from 0.27 to 0.19 because of the harvest control rule, and then the OFL is 20.11 kilotons. And I believe those are the units. That's it. The additional topic for discussion here is to discuss the application of a buffer, and I am going to hand the conversation right now to either Chris or Dana to hear what they, oh, sorry, I'm not leading this discussion, Ian. Sherry has her hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Go ahead, Sherry.
Thanks, Martin. I just wanted to note for the public that essentially when Cody provided values, there were a number of us trying to get all the values necessary to put in normal crab tables that we put in our report and to best interpret what the SSC discussed and what those numbers are. So Martin went through it, which was great. If there's a discussion on any of these values, go ahead. But essentially we tried to make sure that we had all the values at hand to have this discussion publicly in one piece. And so there was no discussion among this group about necessarily decisions to be made. It was literally just coming up with the values and now we can discuss them. So I just wanted to let people know what was happening behind the scenes and that this table came from identifying what the SSC leads had asked for. Cody then provided data and we just double checked to make sure that we would have the information when we were done. So anyway, that was process.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. And I guess also to clarify before we start discussing a buffer, as per where we left off, this table is based on morphometric maturity and the mature male biomass. You may have said that already when you were leading this off, Martin, but just to be clear, we had several tier 4 approaches floating around before we took the break. And so this is the mature male biomass based on morphometric maturity that's being used in this particular version of the tier 4. So either Chris or Dana, would you like to speak to this tier 4 approach and or open our discussions on buffers?
Yeah, I mean, I can start. I think just to make sure that everyone's on the same page. I think, well, my recommendation, and Martin and Dana can chime in, and everyone else, is that we go the tier 4 approach, model approach, and utilize the estimated morphometric maturity standpoint, which produces the OFL that we see in front of us. So I just want to make sure that we get that out explicitly. And do we need some just general feedback on that from everyone?
Thanks, Chris. I'll go to Dana, and then yes, I think we take feedback from anybody on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is the approach that I propose, so I support it. And I'm happy to propose a buffer, but I think maybe since Chris just asked if other people wanted to weigh in before we went down here, maybe we should start there.
Great. So this is an opportunity for anybody to weigh in on the general discussion of tier 3 versus tier 4 and the use of morphometric maturity. Okay, seeing no hands, I guess I'm looking to one of you of the leads to start us off on a buffer discussion. Dana, go ahead.
Chris did some digging on the last few years of buffers we've had for snow crab, but specifically the one we did for last year was 65%, and the one before that was 25%. The justification we had last year was basically this discussion we've had at depth of the currency of management. And the second part of the big buffer last time was similar issues as we had this time, with the tier 3 model being having bad conversions properties and other undesirable things. So the way I was thinking is that if we picked a value of about 40%, that's between those, because we've eliminated the fact that we don't like the tier 3 model by going with tier 4. So we've eliminated that particular reason we have such a big buffer, but we still have some of the morphometric versus 95 and all that sort of uncertainty out there that dominated the discussion. So 40% is what I was proposing. Thanks.
Thanks, Dana. Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, just a correction. The we went from 25 and 2023 to 50% in, oh, hold on, 50% in 2024 and then 65% last year. Sorry, that's whatever years it was, it went 25 to 50 to 65. So there were 2 years when it was really high. But I think your logic still would sort of apply in the sense that the 50% and the 65% were both for tier 3 assessments that we considered problematic for some reason or other, and as well as the issue with the uncertainty in the reproductive metrics.
Great. Franz, you're next.
Yeah, I just want to note that I would support that. I was thinking along the same lines as Dana, that we went to tier 4, hence the model concerns are eliminated about the tier 3 model anyway, and the biological concerns are still very much there about the appropriate metric for reproductive potential. And we could quibble about going a little higher or a little lower, but kind of splitting it seems reasonable to me.
Thanks, Franz. Anybody else on buffers? Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, just to be explicit and transparent, I agree with this approach as well, for similar rationales as you've heard already. So just for that, thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Perhaps a point of clarification, we had a considerable discussion before we settled on a tier 4 approach about the process moving forward and the focus on this year's specifications versus longer term model development. So I guess I'd like to refresh that discussion and see where people stand on, is this a solution moving forward that we're proposing, or is this something for 2025 or for this year's spec specifically, and we're going to continue to support development of tier 3 and all of the other recommendations that we had? Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think I've already sort of articulated a perspective that we would be considering this as a one-off approach, and would be would move back to the tier 3 assessment once the convergence issues are addressed, and that we would expect to see a tier 3 assessment as a primary assessment tool next year. And I mean, I guess the sort of flip argument for the tier 4 is that we address the issue of really tracking closely the survey result, which people find comforting and understandable, and it is a simpler, almost foolproof method of. It's very easy to implement, so there's no questions about what goes in and what comes out. It's very straightforward to understand. So I see the merit in that argument. It's hard for me to, as an assessment modeler, it's hard for me to go down that road. I think you do learn a lot from doing a full assessment that you don't get with a tier 4 assessment. You learn about recruitment, you learn about size classes as they pass through the population, and all that information is just sort of put under, not utilized and not considered in tier 4 assessment.
Thanks for that, Martin. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with Martin. I think the tier 4 should be what it has been, and that's a fallback. And used if and when needed, but should not be kind of the primary approach to how we want to move forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Martin.
Yeah, I guess one thing that troubles me a bit is how much time and effort we're devoting year after year about the issue of morphometric versus some kind of arbitrary definition of functional maturity. And I'm not really seeing it as being super productive. And I had hoped this year that we actually did. We didn't sort of change course. And I think what we've said previously is that we'd like to see some additional analyses that would help us make that decision before we cross it. And I don't know if it's possible for us to just put things on that discussion on hold until we do see that information. The other sort of benefit of holding off on making that decision is that we will see pretty soon how this next pulse of recruitment plays out in the stock, and it will give us a big shot of new information about how the stock responds to a period of very low abundance. And I think there's some benefit just putting that debate sort of on hold for a year or two or something like that. And I don't know if anyone else would be sympathetic to that idea, but I certainly hope so.
Thanks, Martin. Dana, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to everything that's been said about the benefits of doing a tier 3 assessment and looking at all those things. But I think I am sympathetic with Martin's comment is that if we don't have new information to bear next year, I would hate to go back around and have this be a dominant discussion for 2 or 3 hours again if we don't have new info that's going to change the way we want to do things. Thanks.
Thanks, Dana. Franz, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I kind of agree with that too, barring any new information to keep rehashing that. I mean, I am very much concerned about it, and I think there might be a couple things to look at least in terms of whether these small males are, even spatially overlapping with where the big females are. We really can only assess it in the summer, so there's some limitations. But if there is existing data about what we can say about the distribution of the small males versus the pulse of females, that might bear on that question of whether they're actually able to, kind of reproduce. I mean, we have the metrics of sort of female success that and there was some uncertainty or discussion around that, how reliable those are. So if we can at least assess whether these are physically able to go where the females are, that'd be helpful.
Thanks, Franz.
Yeah,
Martin, go ahead.
I actually like that idea a lot, and it just kind of like we've also said that why on earth would males molt early if they never have an opportunity to mate? And what we saw this year, if there's some way to sort of confirm that the two sort of singular things that we saw was a very early or males molting at a very small size and a huge pulse of primiparous females that came into the population at the same time. And so trying to see what we could learn about that would be really interesting. Thanks.
Thanks, Martin. I've got Chris next, and Sherry waiting.
Yeah, thanks. I just would pose a little bit of a contrary point where the CPT and the authors are kind of the experts in this field, and I don't know what constitutes significantly more new information. Is it a paper, a study, 5 of them? And I don't want to just squash progress, scientific progress, by saying we don't want to see it for the next year or 2 years. Anyway, my concern is that I think they recognize that we have a concern. We don't necessarily want to see this, but they should have the ability, if they feel like there's sufficient additional information, to bring that back towards us when it's time. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Chris. Go ahead, Sherry.
So I'm just thinking sort of process-wise, as the SSC, as far as our role, we can definitely, I think that, we can definitely state, where we're at as far as, information, whether there's enough information to change to, say, 95 millimeter maturity or cut line. We definitely, as the SSC, we can always make recommendations to the authors. So obviously we don't have a say over what authors at agencies will work on. They can work on I think that even with groundfish, they can always bring back extra models in October. And I think that this is the same. We can, as far as the crab plan team, I don't believe that the SSC also determines their time and what they speak on. So I don't think we have a direct oversight role on either one of those. But I think that we can say, I think that we can express, we expressed it last year, in the crab plan team essentially, really felt strongly in a different way and wanted to bring it forward to, make sure we didn't I know that they were concerned that we misunderstood things. And so they did that clarity, and they can. I think that if we say where we are again, and that I think that we can control our own time. So in other words, if we'll get a presentation next year, and we can choose if there's nobody on the SSC that thinks a certain amount is enough information, we don't have to spend much time on it. So I think that we have control over our time, and we can make recommendations to the others, but I don't believe that it's our role to determine the other two. And if council staff, if Diana Evans is there, if I'm missing that, feel free to speak up, but that's my take.
Thanks, Sherry. Other comments on snow crab? Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, this doesn't have to do with specs, but it has to do with some public testimony we heard. Is this an appropriate time, or should I save it?
This is an appropriate time. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Well, in my reading of this, I, of course, focused on the ESP and the SAFE document. And I think the comments that were made yesterday is sort of generic comments for ESPs and SAFEs regarding fishery-informed indicators, and that is sort of associating active vessels, especially in fisheries that are contracting. It's important to identify the communities associated with those vessels, and then is looking for patterns of change with consolidation. And also, Sarah Wise had mentioned the same is true for processors. And we heard in public testimony from 2 individuals that the decline in vessels has been profound in terms of as an indicator of community engagement and dependency. So it has been with the consolidation of processing. We heard some important nuance there that
So it's important to identify where shore-based processing is still occurring and sort of the pattern of change that's occurred there. But some of the nuance we heard in the public testimony was that communities have been working together. So, for example, it was mentioned by both by the two people that mentioned the topic that no processing has been taking place in the northern region. However, the communities of St. Paul and Unalaska have worked together to soften that blow for the north region in St. Paul. So I guess I would like to see sort of the information that was brought up in public testimony reflected in the minutes, mention that about the processing, and encourage the ESP and SAFE authors to sort of not only pick up on our general comments there, but also some of the nuances that were discussed in public testimony.
Thanks, Mike. Yep, Sherry, go ahead.
I guess I just want to ask, I saw Diana. Diana was here, but she missed my question, and it was, I realize I phrased it long. Would you like me to, since we've had a couple of members that are concerned about sort of a time approach, do you mind if I restate this for Diana Evans so that she can give her take on process, just so I don't miss it?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Diana, can you hear us? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome, thank you. We had a couple of members express concern over spending time on discussing the 95 millimeter cutoff. Last year in the SSC minutes, we stated we weren't interested in looking at new models with that. This year, I don't believe that it came up in June, but then for this meeting, then the plan team and the SSC talked about the models with the 95 cutoff. And we also had discussions on not wanting to squash the experts. And so my comment on process as far as sort of what our role is for the SSC, we can recommend to authors and agency staff on what we would like to see, but we do not control. They can always look at additional things that we did not recommend. I don't believe that we control the CPT's agenda, and they can spend time and discuss as they wish. The only thing that I saw as sort of within our control is we can give our recommendations, and then we can dedicate our own time. If we don't believe that there's new information coming out, we don't necessarily need to spend time discussing it. But I saw that as possibly the extent of our role, and I'm wondering if I'm on target for that.
I think that's correct. I mean, in an ideal world, we're all working together and we want to be as efficient and effective as possible. All of these groups that are council advisory groups always have the autonomy. You know, we initiate these groups, the SSC, the plan teams, to get your expertise and as a group of independent experts to advise the council. But there's always a balance. You know, there's only a limited amount of agenda time. So we try to, in our office, through our leadership, work on identify the council priorities for the SSC agenda and also for the plan team agendas, to make sure that the council's that time is being appropriately spent on the things that the council really has identified as their key priorities, for where they're looking for recommendations from those advisory groups. So I think there's a time balance that we want to look at in terms of if the plan team's spending time on things that the SSC doesn't feel is relevant or directly useful to the recommendations that you're intending to make to the council, and you know, in the same vein for the SSC. But there, in all of these things, it's a balancing act. It's just kind of trying to understand the trade-offs so that we prioritize the things that we know are going to be useful, but don't prescribe the ability of those, you know, the advisory groups, yourself and the plan teams, to address things that you also think are important to explore in order that you can do your job as well as possible. So I think it's just a question of balance, and we can continue to have these types of conversations are useful for us and our staff when they are working on the agendas for future meetings, to just get a little bit more sense of where your priorities are and how they might fit into the broader picture.
Great. Thanks for that clarification for us. Okay, I'm going to provide one last opportunity for comments from anybody on the SSC. Okay, seeing none, I will attempt to summarize where we landed here for snow crab. So we'll begin by thanking Cody and the plan team chairs for the discussion of this item. The SSC really appreciated having the author present, as well as so much engagement from the crab plan team chairs to answer questions and to clarify. This was obviously a challenging discussion, and even following up and providing additional information that wasn't in the presentation when we asked for it was incredibly helpful. So thank you to the authors and the plan team chairs for that. We will note that we received public testimony, both written and oral, and we have included that in several places in our deliberations and in our decision making. We'll note in general that snow crab continues at low biomass levels following the population crash several years ago. There have been some increases observed in this year's survey. We note that the male terminal molt was again small. Occurred largely at small sizes. And we had a discussion of how and whether this might fit into density dependent cycles of the crab stock or a long-term downward trend. We recognize that there was considerable amount of work completed this year, including addressing the maxi-min approach that we had asked for previously, as well as the work on density dependence in molt to maturity, which I believe we will see the publication coming out, but we didn't get a chance to review that this year. We also noted our response to our previous request to explore further the changes in the discard data, and we were received at least some further explanation on that topic. The models that we that were presented last year were updated this year, and including the Tier 4 option, which has been a request from the SSC for several years. We noted that the jitter analysis continues to indicate model indeterminacy and convergence issues, and this was a point of major concern for the Tier 3 approach this year. We also note that the crab plan team unanimously or fully, and as well as the author, recommended the Tier 3 approach using a 95 millimeter cut point as the best estimate of maturity, although there was considerable discussion about the definition of maturity as well as the currency of management. The SSC itself had considerable discussion about the ongoing questions regarding male maturity for snow crab. We were unable to resolve this fully. We noted that the results of the models were quite different using morphometric maturity versus a 95 millimeter cut point. We thoroughly discussed several different proposals, including continuing to use the Tier 3 approach with a large buffer, using a Tier 4 approach with a 95 millimeter cut line, and using the Tier 4 approach using mature male biomass based on morphometric maturity. We noted that the Tier 3 approach with a 95 millimeter cut point was the recommended approach by the author and the plan team this year. We noted that the Tier 4 approach with a 95 millimeter cut line was the author's recommendation last year based on concerns over model complexity. And where we settled was based largely on concerns over the Tier 3 model and whether it had converged and was at a stable solution. We then settled on a Tier 4 approach for this stock. We revisited this discussion of male maturity, and the historical record of changes in size at maturity or molt to maturity for mature males. We discussed the uncertainty in the relationship, and in the end, we have settled on using mature male biomass based on morphometric maturity this year as the basis for our Tier 4 approach. However, we did recognize that the discussion about the appropriate context for maturity, the appropriate definition for maturity is ongoing. So the Tier 4 approach that we are proposing or we are adopting for this year is using the mature male biomass based on morphometric maturity, using a REMA model output, and applying the harvest control rule consistent with the crab FMP in Tier 4. Based on that, we considered the buffers from previous analyses, noting that we have ranged from 25% to 65% in recent years, and noting that the 65% buffer last year not only included the uncertainty in what would be the appropriate definition for male maturity, but also the concerns related to the Tier 3 model and its convergence and related issues. Therefore, we went with a smaller buffer this year of 40%, reflecting that we're using a Tier 4, we don't have to include the additional portion of that buffer for the Tier 3 concerns, but we still have uncertainty in the definition of maturity and the other related biological concerns associated with that. We noted that this was an approach for this year and that we would be willing to move back to a Tier 3 assessment once the convergence issues have been addressed. We did note that the Tier 4 approach has the benefit of providing for a relatively transparent approach, and it tracks the survey result and is relatively easy to implement. But we do note that this is likely not a long-term solution for this stock. We again had considerable discussion about how to move forward in the future, noting that the SSC would prefer not to spend a considerable amount of time on this in the absence of new information, but that we did have some recommendations for new information we would like to see moving forward. One of these suggestions was to further explore the distribution of small males and the potential for overlap with females as one way to quantify how much input they may have to the spawning process. We had some procedural discussion, and I think we will keep our recommendations to the SSC and its time budgeting for next time, noting that we will be interested to see what the author and the plan team bring forward next time. We note that overfishing is not estimated to be occurring for this stock, and the stock is not estimated to be overfished, but will remain in the rebuilding plan. We have a series of recommendations for moving forward. One of these is quite general, just in trying to find ways to increase model reliability by reducing complexity. We discussed female clutch fullness as a reliable indicator, and we recommended more work on this topic so that we can interpret that or not as would be appropriate as a good indicator of the reproductive health of the stock. We recommended development of an ABC control rule that would use yield per recruit and consider mature male biomass and possibly biomass above a 95 millimeter cut point. We noted that the potential for development of this, the SSC would be willing to join a work group if one were convened to help with this topic. We recommend including in the next iteration of the SAFE document an update on the rebuilding as part of the SAFE document, so that information can be tracked as we move forward as part of the overall snow crab analysis. We recommended including size distribution plots in the next SAFE, which also included maturity overlaid on them, so we can see how cohort size, growth, and terminal molt are all related in one graphic. We recommended an analysis of different exclusions or inclusions of hybrids in this assessment. And I think in particular, we're looking for some coordination between snow crab and tanner crab, not a huge duplication of effort, but essentially trying to decide where do hybrids fit in the picture of the science side of things, and how best to thinking about how best to include them in the catch streams, the survey streams, and these two respective assessments where they might occur. We noted that we received public testimony, and I think the SSC will support encouraging the ESP and SAFE authors to pick up on the public testimony with regard to tracking the trends in active vessels and community participation and looking for patterns of change in those metrics. And then we will also reiterate our longer term requests, which we've rolled over several times now, which include further exploration of male and female differences at the time of recruitment, and potentially looking at the feedback between that and molt increment data. We continue to recommend vast modeling to include the Northern Bering Sea and Eastern Bering Sea together. We continue to recommend further evaluation of the probability of terminal molt, addressing the observation error that's likely in those data. And we still have concerns about the tier 3 model and its convergence, and we recommend in the future, rather than using the output from jittering analyses, we recommend likelihood profiles to look at the uncertainty particularly in management quantities, and in reporting only models that have converged to what we would understand to be the maximum likelihood estimate across all models that have been evaluated. If I've missed something important, please speak up now. Sherry, go ahead. And I muted you. There you go. Now you're ready.
No issues. Two things. One, you covered this beautifully. I had forgotten, Martin had mentioned wanting to work, SSC members work with authors, and I had mentioned that if we were going to put that in our minutes again, that we needed to make that a formal work group request. And I don't know where, and if we do that, we also have to sort of define the scope of the work group so that everybody is on the same page. And so I wanted to go back to Martin on that one because I don't think we ever finished it. The second thing is, while we go back, or whatever order you wish, I'm wondering if we should state the OFL and the ABC in tons on the record, since actually it's on the screen right now. So I can't read it, but since it's different than anything that's in the document so far, that might be worth doing.
Excellent. I think that's great. And I also can't read it. So I will defer to Allie, who can.
Well, I just want to know, at the time that we created this table, we hadn't finalized our buffer recommendations. The ABC is not currently in this table. The OFL is there, and that is 20.11 kilotons.
Okay. And perhaps somebody on the fly can do the math and give us the 40% buffer applied to that.
You get it right.
Dana, go ahead. Thank you.
Pretty sure the ABC is 12.06 kilotons. OFL 20.10, and then we didn't have FABC in the table, but that's 0.115. I don't know if Crab reports that.
I get 12.07.
Here we go again. 0.01 difference.
Clarify Sherry's first point.
Okay, while we're double checking on that last decimal place, we have the OFL is now in the record, and we will clarify the ABC after applying the 40% buffer. I guess I want to go back to Martin and perhaps suggest that we consider wording that says, if a working group is convened on this topic, the SSC would be willing to participate, rather than a stronger approach of actually convening the work group. Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, that's the way I was writing it. We did maybe use the wrong language the last time we tried to do this, and I will put it that way. I'm totally on board with that. That's fine.
Thanks, Martin. I think that the gist of our discussion is that we are willing to help, and we're willing to work within the process as has become standard for the council process to when and where they would include the SSC's input outside of the SSC meeting and specifically.
Yeah.
Dana, I see you still have your hand up. Have you got that decimal place sorted out, or maybe Allie does?
I do.
Okay, Allie, go ahead.
I think, Dana, we had slightly different numbers there because we had an early correction to this table where the OFL is now 20.11. And a 40% buffer gets us an ABC of 12.07 if you round to 2 decimal places.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Any final things that we missed on the snow crab discussion? Well, thank you all for your patience. I know this has been, the schedule's been pretty jumbled today. I just want to give you a brief preview for tomorrow morning. We will be starting with groundfish, and we will be starting with the discussion of spatial apportionment. We hope we'll be starting with all of our federal colleagues as well, but if not, we will continue on. We will be taking, we may be taking a report from Dr. Bob Foy, giving us an update on AFSC business. If we do, that will occur at 8:30 in the morning. And if we don't, we will just continue on with groundfish. Again, for those of you who started on crab and are still waiting on the rest of crab, our plan is to finish groundfish and then loop back and take care of the rest of crab, including the balance of the crab plan team report, Pribilof Island blue and Pribilof Island red king crab. And I know this has been complicated today. If there are any questions from SSC members on process going forward, let me know. We're doing our best to hold things together here. Okay, seeing none, I vote that it's close enough to 4 o'clock to call it for the day. So we're going to close the meeting for the day and reconvene at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Alaska time. Thank you.